seconds and counting. We are still going to the final 30 seconds and counting. Astronauts report a 25 seconds. 20 seconds and counting. 15 seconds. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Good morning and welcome to Oceanside, California, home of the iconic Oceanside Pier, the California Surf Museum, Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton, and today, host city of the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. This is the third stop in our 2025 Ironman Pro Series, and alongside the legendary five-time world champion, Craig Alexander, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer. Crowy, welcome to the show, and you are coming to us live from your home in Australia. What a thrill to have you with us. Before we announce today's top professionals, give us a quick hello and tell us what you're looking forward to most today.
Hey, Dee Dee, how are you? I'm really excited to join you for this one. As you know, early season racing always brings a lot of great storylines, and we're going to see them all unfold over the next few hours. I can't wait.
Absolutely. It is a chilly morning here in Oceanside, and we will get to that as well as some of our top competitors here in Oceanside. It's been an exciting race week as we take a look at our men's professionals queuing up, getting ready to get into the water here at Oceanside. Craig, you've raced here a couple of times. What's this vibe like here in Oceanside?
It's amazing. It's an iconic race. Of course, San Diego's the birthplace of triathlon. I know a lot of the athletes went down to Fiesta Island to visit the monument this week, and it's the start of the season for a lot of the Northern Hemisphere athletes. Of course, it's the third round of the Ironman Pro Series. We've had a couple of races already, but this is the first opportunity for a lot of these athletes. So the nerves are going to be right there.
Absolutely. And of course, you mentioned the third stop in our Ironman Pro Series, but the first opportunity for us to see a lot of our North American-based athletes, and we are getting ready to bring out our top 10 seeded professional men and women. Wearing bib number 2 from Germany, he is your 2024 Ironman World Champion, Patrick Lange. Wearing bib number 3 from Norway, he's your 2020 Olympic champion, 2021 Ironman World Champion, and 2022 70.3 World Champion, Christian Blumenfeld. Wearing bib number 4, also from Norway, your 2021 70.3 World Champ and 2022 Ironman Champion, Gustav Iden. Wearing bib number 5, he was third at the 2024 Ironman World Championships. That's Rudy Van Berg. Wearing bib number 6 today from the USA, that's Ben Canute. Wearing bib number 7, he's gotten off to a good start in the Pro Series. This is from New Zealand, Braden Curry. Another one of our top Americans, wearing bib number 9 today. This is Colin Such. And wearing bib number 11, also from the United States, Justin Rielli. He had 5 top 10 finishes in 2024. Bib number 13 out of Australia, this is Cameron Worth. And wearing bib number 1 today, he's a 3-time Ironman 70.3 Oceanside champion, Lionel Sanders. And now our top 10 women. She wears bib number 1. She is from Canada. This is Tamara Jewett. And wearing bib number 2, also from Canada, she was the Ironman 70.3 Oceanside champion back in 2021, 6th at the 2024 70.3 World Championships, Paula Finley. Wearing bib number 3 from the United States is Jackie Herring. She was 2nd overall in the 2024 Ironman Pro Series. And wearing bib number 4 from the United States, she's your 2024 Ironman Lake Placid champion. This is Danielle Lewis. 9th overall in the 2024 Ironman Pro Series from the United States is bib number 5, Alice Alberts. And wearing bib number 7 from the United States is Grace Alexander. She had 5 top 10 70.3 finishes last year. From the United States, the always animated Lisa Baccaris, wearing bib number 8. And from the United Kingdom, wearing bib number 9, this is Steph Clutterbuck. She was 2nd at the 2024 Ironman Chattanooga in just her first year as a professional. Wearing bib number 10 from Estonia is Kaidi Kavijova. She had 3 top 10 70.3 finishes in 2024. And from Switzerland, wearing bib number 11 is Joanna Ryder. In 2023, she had 3 Ironman podiums at Ironman Italy, Brazil, and Texas. Those are your top seeded competitors, but Craig, so many more athletes to talk about today. We've got so many great storylines. You mentioned it. A lot of athletes coming up from the draft legal distance, finished out an Olympic cycle last year, dipping their toe into middle distance for the first time. A lot of big names coming.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. You know, there's going to be a bit of ring rust for sure. It's the first race for a lot of these athletes. I heard.
And this is our national anthem being sung by Maddie Peterson, member of the local community here in Oceanside.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the pale blaze spread. O'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming.
Thank you, Maddie Peterson, lives right here in Oceanside from Garden Grove, California. As Craig, we look at our pro men getting in the water here. We talked about the weather conditions being a bit of a factor here this morning. It's a chilly one, 48-degree air temperature, 57.4-degree water temperature, and look at that, 70-plus men in this tight starting gate. Talk to me about the significance of that.
I think it's a big field, men's and women's. I read there was over 100 athletes racing here. Usually gets a really strong, deep field. And the first storyline, as you mentioned, is always the weather here. I feel that at Oceanside, you get great conditions for biking and running, but it's always cold in the water, and it throws up definitely some surprises in, the separation that we see. I think a great example of that was in the men's race last year, where Lionel wasn't too far behind the leaders out of the water. So that's the first thing that we really should watch and look at in the men's race here.
Yeah, it is surprising because you tend to think, okay, it's a cold swim, that's going to be more challenging, but because of the size of the men's field, the groups tend to be a little bunchier, and it's easier to sort of catch on to the back of a pack, and it also being a wetsuit swim, but it's a very physical start as we get ready to send off our men's professionals at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, and Craig, they're off.
They're off, and that's what an amazing sight that is. You mentioned the swim here. It's in the harbour, which is sheltered, but it can get a little bit of swell through, and it'll be interesting to see with such a large field if there is any separation. We have got, as you mentioned, right off the top of the show, an interesting dynamic, which a lot of the short course athletes who step up after an Olympic cycle, and I've always felt that this distance definitely favours the short course athletes, and they bring so much to the front end dynamic of this race.
Well, let's talk about a couple of them. We've got Kevin McDowell, Seth Ryder coming up off of his appearance at the Olympics last year. He ought to be up there, and rumor has it we're going to see a new name in the men. I've been told to watch out for a couple of new names coming up from the draft legal distance. Brock Howell, from Canada. He was on the Pan American Mixed Medley Relay Silver back in 2023. He's another name to watch in the swim.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the great things about, the start of a new season. We get some athletes stepping up. Obviously, last year we saw Max Bell from Germany and Justin Reale get in that front group. Good swims set them up for the race. So I think we can expect more of the same today. It is a big field, 70 plus athletes, but there's some quality swimmers. We've got Greg Harper racing as well, who led out the Ironman 70.3 Worlds just recently, New Zealand, December last year. He can lay claim to be one of the best swimmers in the sport. And let's not forget Casper Stornes, who's a great one of the Norwegian stablemates. He's a great swimmer. Sam Appleton, Rudy von Berg. So there's a lot of quality at the front of this race.
And let's not forget Ben Canute, also a very strong swimmer. He won here in Oceanside in 2019 as well as 2021. As we take a look at a very, very large lead pack, we have one swimmer off the front, but they are pretty well bunched together here.
Yeah, and that's exactly as you predicted, Dee Dee. I think in a large field, there's always a swimmer or an athlete to fill a gap. If someone drops the feet and a gap starts to open up, there's always someone willing to take up the chase. And it's much harder to create separation. These men are also evenly matched. You mentioned a few of the names who are definitely standout swimmers, but there's always an athlete there who's willing to take up the chase and get back on the feet, and it's much harder to create separation in such a large field.
Yeah, hard to differentiate yourself. Again, we talk about salt water being more buoyant than, say, a lake swim, and the fact that these athletes are in wetsuits. But that cold water can be a little shocking to the system. Any tips you've got, Crowe, for preparing for a really, really cold swim like this? I mean, do you cold plunge?
I think a lot of these athletes would have been down getting in this water all week just to get ready for it. And, there's a theory that 10 minutes before the start, you get in and just expose your body to it. And you get some of those little physiological changes that just prepare you a little bit better, less of a shock when you actually hit the water. And I feel like these athletes, even though it's cold, have warmed up well, because the pace has been pretty solid right from the gun here.
And taking a look at I caught a quick glimpse of some of our color-coded caps there. I saw the violet cap. I believe that was Greg Harper right up there pretty close at the front of this race. Also the yellow cap, I believe this is Magnus Manner out of Germany. He's also a very, very strong swimmer. So far, Craig, no big surprises in our men's race, would you say?
No, not at all. I think the surprises will come later in the swim and into T1 when we see who's missed the train out of the water. So, Magnus led this swim out last year, so no surprise there. Greg Harper, as we mentioned, was just the standout swimmer at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships last year in New Zealand. Be interesting to see if we can get a glimpse of where Christian and Gustav are. I'm sure they're tucked away nicely in this group, but it does seem to be just a very, very big front group at the moment.
It does, and in just a moment, we are less than 5 minutes in for our professional men's race, and our professional women are now in the water lining themselves up as we take a look at our pro women getting ready to get off the line here. Craig, talk to me about some of the swimmers you expect to see at the front of our women's race.
Yeah, well, I mean, Paula Finley is not known as a swimmer, but she's just known as an all-round great athlete, consistent across the board in all the disciplines. I don't think she'll be far from the front. Stephanie Clutterbuck from the UK is a swimmer who we've seen get to, as we see the women take the gun now and head off for their race. I think she'll be up towards the front. And Grace Alexander is another athlete who tends to get to the front of the races. So I think they're three we should look out for, but it'll be interesting to see if, with a slightly smaller field than what the men have, if there's much more separation, and that's what you would expect to see.
You read my mind there, Craig. I was going to say how much more important is it for the women to find those right feet right out of the gate, because it is a smaller field.
Yeah, I think they have to really be on their game, mentally concentrating here. It's, you know, I guess pick your poison. A big field can be a bit rougher at the start, but it's, as we mentioned, it's just easier to hold feet, and there's always a hip or a set of feet to get on. I think, as we can see already, some of these ladies are pushing hard and just creating separation early, and I think a lot of these other girls really need to be switched on here mentally to make sure that they don't, you know, put themselves behind the 8 ball after the first 200 or 300 meters.
And you can see there some of our pro notable swim cap colors. That violet cap that you see at the top of your screen, that's not going to be Tamara Jewett. That's going to be Grace Alexander in the purple cap. I see the distinctive stroke and green cap of Paula Finley. She's about third set of feet there. Alice Alberts, we didn't really mention Alice. She's another one of those athletes who's a great all-rounder. I don't expect her to be leading the swim, but I think she could be in a chase pack with good company with Lisa Becaris, perhaps Jackie Herring, and Tamara Jewett may be in that group as well.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting, isn't it? I heard Christian yesterday talk about it's been 6 months since he's raced, and it'll be the same for a lot of these women. And, you know, that's a lot of time to work on different elements of your racing. I heard Danielle Lewis talk about how she's really put in a focused few months of swimming. So one of the exciting storylines, I think, for these early season races is just to see what athletes have been able to sort of retool and upskill in different aspects of their racing.
Well, and let's talk a little bit about what's on the line here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We've got a $50,000 prize purse for our men's and women's professionals. As we mentioned, this is the third event in the 2025 Ironman Pro Series, and 2,500 points on the line to the winner. How important is it, Craig, to get some good scores on the screen early in the season versus making a later season push? That's one of the things we're gonna wanna talk about as we get underway here in Oceanside. A cool morning, 48 degrees Fahrenheit, 57.4 degree water temperature. More from the Roca Swim Course coming up.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. Well, Craig, we're just a handful of minutes here into the Roka swim for our professional athletes. And I think that last shot I saw of the lead professional women, we had the red cap of Steph Clutterbuck at the front with Paula Finley sitting, I believe, second feet there. I also see Grace Alexander, a great swimmer, sitting third feet there. And at least for a while there, it looked like we had another red cap of Jackie Herring with a pretty good swim start. So again, similar to our men's race, not a lot of surprises in our women's leaders in the early going.
Yeah, Stephanie, beautiful long stroke there leading the ladies out. And I think Paul is just in the box seat right here, just sitting sort of second right on her feet. We mentioned about Paula's just overall versatility. You know, she's known as an extremely consistent athlete. I think she's raced here 7 times, and I read that she's never finished worse than 6th place, which is a remarkable statistic, really, and just has no real weaknesses. I mean, as a former Canadian time trial champion on the bike, and just positioned herself beautifully for the start of this race, and yeah, it's setting up very nicely.
Yeah, very well for her. She is definitely one of the heavy favorites today, but she will face some challenges from, for instance, Jackie Herring, Tamara Jewett, also a former champion here, as we take it back to the men's lead pack here at the swim. And again, we still have Magnus Manor in that yellow cap at the front. Talk to me about some of the athletes who are going to have to be careful in this swim on the men's side, notably the 3-time champion here, Lionel Sanders.
Yeah, well, I mean, we mentioned that last year he had a 90-second deficit coming out of the water, which I think he would take with open arms if that was the scenario today. Typically, we see him a little bit further back. I think the quality in the men's field, particularly with the swimming, if we can just zero in on the swimming, is a little bit high for the race this year. Some of the names you mentioned, and Ben Canute's another one who he loves to get on the front and really push the pace. To put athletes like Lionel, who are not known for their swimming, just right on the back foot. So Lionel's definitely one who needs to watch out. It's going to be interesting, you know, because when they hit T1 here, one of the things I'm excited to look for is just this bike course, this first 25 miles along the coast. It's incredibly scenic, but it's quite flat. And when you have very, very high average speeds across the board, it's very hard for an athlete behind like Lionel to make up time. So it's definitely something for us to look at some of the deficits for the pre-race favourites, notably Lionel coming into T1.
And would a larger field then make that more sort of complicated for an athlete like Lionel? Not only, you know, to navigate the course, which has some twists and turns and challenges in the opening miles here, but then you've just got the traffic, the law of numbers.
It could make it more difficult, but it depends on the race dynamic. If the group is too big, that lead group, often they can get in each other's way, and no one wants to do the heavy lifting at the front of the group, and that can then open the door for an athlete like Lionel to bridge that gap. I did listen to Ben Canute in his soundbite yesterday talk about he's always mindful of athletes like Lionel, and when they create that separation and work hard to get that gap in the swim, they really want to press the advantage. So I expect to see athletes like Ben and also Rudy von Borg. He never shirks the issue when it comes to getting on the front and doing a bit of, you know, power riding. So I think they know the quality of Lionel. They've raced him for 5 or 10 years, and if they can create some separation, they'll be keen to just press that advantage. But it'll be interesting to see the size of this group because, again, a huge group just leads to sort of clunky dynamics on the bike.
As we come back to our men, we had a quick shot there of Steph Clutterbuck on the lead of our women's race, but it looks like we have a new leader in our men's race. It looks like that the purple cap of Greg Harper, as you mentioned, he was the first out of the water back in Topah at the 70.3 World Championships a year ago. He has taken over the lead from Magnus Manor.
He looks amazing, doesn't he? What a beautiful stroke, just long and strong, siding every second or third stroke. Really no break in the momentum. When he, typically when you lift your head to side, it creates a bit of a break in momentum in your stroke, but his rhythm, he looks beautiful. He's got the big kick going. He's definitely comes from a swimming background, and he's lifting the pace here. We can see how it's starting to string out a little bit. Typically when it's all bunched up, you have that arrowhead and it's bunched. It's not as quick a pace, but when we see it starting to string out in single file like it is here, I think Greg's had enough of this sort of pace and he wants to lift it.
And you talk about that strong 6-speed kick. You also talk about how there's a little bit of exposure. They have made the turn for home, but they are in the outermost part of the harbor, facing a little bit of that chop.
Yeah, it was incredible. The aerial shots we had just a minute ago. Oceanside Harbour, so beautiful, so protected. But just out past from the harbour, we could see the swell rolling in on the beachfront there. So there'll be a few rollers out. It's quite, the actual far turn on this swim is a little bit exposed. So the stronger swimmers usually use that to their advantage. But we can definitely see the pace is lifted here because they're starting to get strung out in single file. And it's all because Greg Harper, I think, has had enough and he really wants to press the advantage home here.
Well, he's thinking about the strong field of Norwegians in our men's race today. A Fighting Chance, presented by Hoka, is producing a preseason 4-episode series focusing on professional athletes' preparation towards the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. This week, we are showcasing our ultimate access to the Norwegians, featuring Christian Blumenfeld, Gustav Eden, and Kasper Stornes. Let's have a look.
Here we are with the race season starting just around the corner, and the races will be
first off, Oceanside.
then Ironman Texas,
Then Aix-en-Provence.
then Ironman Frankfurt, European Championship,
And then we do World Championship in Nice.
and then finishing off with the World 70.3 World Championship in Marbella, which will put together a brilliant Ironman Pro Series.
Every second matters. And anything
It's
is
possible.
Yeah, just keep following up with these guys.
Timing.
It's 9:02,
And what did we agree on?
9 o'clock.
9:10. This is important that you're getting into the video, showcasing how patient I am. There they're coming.
Hi man, how are you?
Morning.
What's the plan?
The plan is simple. I'm doing 12 times 1K.
I will do, since you asked, 10 by 1K and 10 by 400. A little bit higher intensity on the end, just to wake up the muscles.
Why do you think there's so many top athletes coming from Norway?
Because we do put in the hard work in comparison to
Yeah.
Americans, Canadians, French.
They don't work hard.
They don't work hard.
Oi.
Yeah. They work hard, but they don't work hard enough. No, but to all seriousness, it's the engine that's being built when you have to keep warm when you're training because it's too cold, you know?
Short intro to the camera for those who don't know you. Who are you?
I'm the first WGS winner from Norway before Christian. My focus now for the next at least 2 years, it's long distance.
This is Super Thursday!
How was that?
It was pretty good. Starting at the 3:20 and then working my way down to like 3:12 for most of them. So excited about the Pro Series this year. I feel like most people are saying like all eyes on Nice all the time, but to be honest, I'm also pretty pumped about Oceanside and Texas and other Pro Series races as well.
So you're gonna do the Pro Series?
I am going to do the Pro Series 100%. So the goal for 2025 is obviously win Nice, it's a win Marbella, and it's win the Ironman Pro Series. Yes, you heard it here first. That's what we're calling a comeback season.
Thanks to Christian, Gustav, and Casper for treating us all to a behind-the-scenes look at their everyday lives and personalities. For more of a fighting chance presented by Hoka, visit at Ironman Try on Instagram and Ironman Triathlon on YouTube for a playback of all of our Fighting Chance series. And Craig, we are back with the professional women and Steph Clutterbuck, who, when we talk about it, she only turned pro in 2024. Already second at Ironman Chattanooga last September, which, by the way, did not have a swim. Talk about how extraordinary that is to, out of the gate as a professional, be so strong and significant in a lot of these pro races.
Yeah, it's definitely unusual. She comes from a swimming background, no doubt. Beautiful stroke, nice high arm recovery. She hasn't shaken off the rest of the field. I think Grace Alexander's tucked in there nicely too. But yeah, this is playing out as you predicted, Didi. You did say that you thought Steph would be up the front and probably lead the swim out, and that's exactly what she's doing. She's got, I think it's still Paula Finley there tucked in nicely, getting a nice little draft. You know, when you sit on the feet like that, you can save 20 or 25% energy if you get right on the feet or on the hips. So Paula's, again, just showing all of her experience, but it's Stephanie Clutterbuck leading the women at this point.
Yeah, Steph Clutterbuck leads Paula Finley in the women's race at Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. And here we are back to the line of age groupers making their way into the Oceanside Harbor here. Lots of World Championship slots on the line for our age group athletes today, with the Ironman World Championship 70.3 taking place in Marbella later this year. And without a swim warm-up, that water can be awfully cold for our age groupers. So you had said, Craig, that a good strategy to expose yourself, even if it's not race morning, when you get into town, make sure to get into that water so you know what to prepare for on race morning.
Yeah, I think so. And it also helps you make sure you've got the right equipment. We see a lot of these athletes wearing the neoprene caps, and also really rugged up before the start as they get down there. But I always found it helpful personally to get in the water when it was really cold, 10 to 15 minutes before the start. Physiologically, your body adapts, and then you can hop out and get warm. But then if you do it correctly and you time it right, you're ready to go when the gun goes off. As we see the lead men heading towards the finish chute here, Didi, and it looks like it's Greg Harper followed by Magnus Manor, who was, I think, led the swim out last year, and Ben Canute seems to be hot on their heels as well.
Well, to your point, Craig, it's going to be not as interesting who's leading the race, but who missed that pack and what the time gaps are to some of our overall favorites in the race. So you can go ahead and download the Ironman app on your phone to get all the tracking information. And of course, we have a live GPS on all of our athletes here as our professional lead men make their way out of Oceanside Harbor, concluding the Roka swim course for today.
As we see Greg Harper, his job done for him. He's definitely strung that lead group, Didi, that you mentioned was quite big on the way out to the far turn, but it's thinned down. I want to say half a dozen athletes in that front group, and then about a 10-second gap to the first chase group.
Well, and at the back of that group, I saw the pearly pink cap of Casper Stornes. We missed the chance to see him compete at the 70.3 World Championship. As we take a look at our lead swimmer swim split, that's Greg Harper, presented by Wahoo Element Rival at 22:48 for the 1.9K or 1.2 mile swim. Out comes Ben Canute, and so they come. To your point, Craig, the lead four included Greg Harper, Magnus Manor, Seth Ryder, and Casper Stornes. Then a very, very small handful of seconds gap back to Brock Howell, who is coming up from the short distance racing. Kevin McDowell, also new to the middle distance racing. Brendan Smith and Ben Canute, Justin Rielli, Sam Appleton, and Miguel Maddox. Jake Burtwhistle, that's a name that we're going to be talking about today. He had a great hit out at the first stop on our Pro Series in Geelong, and a lot of buzz about him coming into a great year.
Yeah, well, he's definitely a guy who will feature in this race. And one thing that I love is just the way these short course athletes rip through transition. You don't want to waste a second here. Every second that you're standing still, you got to burn matches to catch back up if they're already out on the bike. And we saw Justin Reale in that group. Of course, he got in that front group last year and was able to push the pace up front with Lionel and a few other athletes. So, and Sammy Appleton from Australia, he's no stranger to the front group either. Just a consistent, great all-round athlete, has been racing 70.3s for a decade now and always on the podium, always in the top five, has had several top fives at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. And one other name you mentioned, Dee, Kevin McDowell, of course, sixth place at the Olympics in Tokyo, right up the front as well. So be interesting to see when they get out on course here. I expect Ben Canute to get on the front, but there's a lot of firepower in this front group, and just waiting. We haven't had word of Lionel yet coming through, so it'll be interesting to see where Lionel and some of the other favourites are, namely Gustav Iden, Christian Blumenfeld. They're names that have been well talked about before the race here. So as we see Greg Harper head out.
Yep, we've got the time gaps now. We've got Christian Blumenfeld out of the water, 17th place. He's a minute 7 back, but his good friend Gustav is with him at 1:10 back. Braden Curry, 1:14 back. I'm a little surprised by Braden Curry being 75 seconds down the leaders. What do you think, Craig?
Yeah, the cold water might have had something to do with that. I know Braden is a great swimmer. He swims with a very well-known swim squad at Noosa on the Sunshine Coast of Australia, and he's no stranger to putting out 5 and 6 kilometre swim sets, and he's usually at the front of the race. So that is a strange split and a good pickup as we see the lead 4 men get on their bike here. And I don't think it'll be too long before we see Ben Canute get right on the front and just, I think, show his experience and just want to put a few of the boys behind under a little bit of pressure.
And here we have Christian Blumenfeld getting that helmet on, getting himself out of transition. How aware are these guys, Craig, of who's around them as they come out of the water? Is their head on a little bit of a swivel there, checking out to see who their allies are as they head out on to the Zoot bike course?
Oh, absolutely, 100%. You know, I mean, they'll all be racing through transition. Hurry slowly is the mantra there. You don't want to waste time, but you want to get through as quickly as you can. And I mean, not only in transition, towards the end of the swim, they would have been taking a head count, who's in their swim group, who's around them, and already working out what their tactic's going to be for the early miles on the bike. As we see Cam Worth come in, get his helmet on. He's not too far behind. Cam is not known for his swim, but of course, he's known for his bike ride, being a professional cyclist, an active professional cyclist on the Pro Tour in Europe, and also just a handy all-round sports person. I mean, one of the best athletes we've seen in triathlon, I want to say. He's an Athens Olympian for rowing, a professional cyclist. He's had top 10 finishes at the Ironman World Championships, and it's great to see him mixing it up again today.
As we come back to the leader in our professional women's race, still on the Roka swim course, this is Steph Clutterbuck out of Great Britain. She leads the women's race here, and it looks from this camera angle like, oh, nope, there's Paula Finley. She is hanging on to every ounce of draft she can get. She is fighting hard. Even at that distance, Craig, you think she's still getting a bit of a benefit from Steph?
She'll be getting a little bit of a benefit, absolutely. And a mental benefit. I think she'll be very positive and uplifted by her swim and her positioning here. Be very excited to be this close to the front of the race. You know, she's no stranger to the front of the race. As we mentioned, she's just a versatile, consistent athlete. Doesn't really have a weakness, but is certainly known for her biking prowess. And I think we're about to see that coming out of T1.
And of course, Steph Clutterbuck leading our women's race as she will conclude the Roka swim course best. Historically, Radka Kalafelt back in 2013 with 22:17. We see the women will be well above that, but still a very strong swim from our women's race leader, Stephanie Clutterbuck.
Yeah, great swim. These ladies, they weren't messing around out there. That's still a great swim by Stephanie. And, you know, I think, again, for her, she'll be quite happy with that. Just the gap that they've been able to put into the first chase pack.
Oh, sorry, that was a group of pro men we saw in those red caps coming out. This is the women now with Paula Finley chasing down Steph Clutterbuck. And I don't know, I can't tell the color. The sun glare's a little hard for me to tell, but that may be Jackie Herring on her, oh no, I'm gonna guess, sorry, I take it back. That is an orange cap, and I'm gonna guess that's Kaidi Kivyovja on Paula Finley's feet. So a great swim from her. Steph Clutterbuck also, Craig, a very, very strong cyclist. So we may see a change in the leader with Paula Finley making her way through the Ruvi transition zone. I expect to see her move to the front on the Zoot bike course, but Steph Clutterbuck isn't going to be easy to shake on the bike, is she?
No, she's a great cyclist as well. I think Paula will be a little bit patient on this course. She's raced here 7 times before. She knows that all the elevation gain does come in the back half after mile 25. And I expect her to ride a really even paced race between the front half and the back half. And if she's not able to get away from Steph early on, I just can't see these ladies hanging on to Paula just with her bike prowess.
That is a good point. Again, if you are just tuning in, this is the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander, who's coming to us from his home all the way in Australia. So we appreciate the team at BCC making all of this happen so that we can get some of Craig's expert knowledge and contributions to today's broadcast as we take a look at our notable women. Tamara Jewett, a defending champion here. Paula Finley has won here. Jackie Herring, second overall in the Ironman Pro Series last year. So some really, really great names as Stephanie Clutterbuck makes the final turn in the Roka swim course.
Yeah, great swim by Stephanie. I think the big storyline here, though, is Paula Finley just tucked in nicely into that front group, and she's got A1 positioning here to launch into her strongest discipline.
And again, it won't be a course best, but still good enough for first place. Steph Clutterbuck out of the water in 26 minutes, 12 seconds. So our women's swim leader, Steph Clutterbuck, out of the water first as Paula Finley undoes her wetsuit. And that is Lydia Russell in third place. So a new name to us, Lydia Russell, with a very, very strong swim coming out. Grace Alexander in fourth. She's just 20 seconds down. So to your point, Craig, the women a little bit more spread out as we take a look at Steph Clutterbuck's swim split presented by Wahoo Element Rival. Any surprises to the swim so far, Craig, for the women?
No surprises. I think you predicted that Steph would lead out, and she did. I think the big story is Paula. She's setting this race up nicely. Her strength recently has been the bike. She was the Canadian time trial champion only a year or two ago. And I think she'll be really satisfied with this swim. It is interesting, even though we can see the sun's out and it looks like a nice day, the water temp and the ambient temp is still a little cold. And it will take some of these athletes a little longer to warm up than others. So the first few miles on the bike are always interesting to watch in Oceanside.
Yeah, they sure are. And a lot of these athletes, we talk about some of these athletes coming up in distance, and you had mentioned Kevin McDowell. I actually was chatting with Kevin earlier this week on some #pro tips on how to stay warm. A lot of these athletes perhaps using toe covers, or whoever wouldn't ordinarily put socks on may opt to put socks on. Using a Mylar balloon down the race kit to block some of the wind can help keep that core body temperature up. But a lot of these athletes will say when they make it to the finish line how frozen their feet were almost until all the way the end of the bike. So any tips you have, Craig, for some of the age groupers watching? How do you manage that core body temperature when you're coming out of the cold water and getting onto the bike, where obviously you've got the wind and the speeds that you're carrying, can make for a really cold ride?
Yeah, I think you just need to be well prepared. I think those neoprene toe covers that you mentioned usually work a treat. They can warm your feet up quite quickly. And, we've seen in a lot of races, particularly Paula, again, just with her experience, put on either a really streamlined vest and arm warmers. Some will put on a covering under their helmet, maybe a little skull cap. Typically, you lose a lot of the heat through your extremities or your head. So I think we'll see a lot of the athletes making sure their head's warm and possibly even wearing gloves on the bike ride. A few of them have those neoprene toe warmers on.
As we take a look at Steph Clutterbuck getting herself ready to head out on to the Zoot bike course, we can talk about some of the gaps. Jackie Herring with a pretty strong swim. She's only 52 seconds down of our leaders. Tamara Jewett got a little bit of work cut out for her. She's at 2:06 back, but she's got a powerhouse in her group in Lisa Bakaris on the bike. Lisa is absolutely a powerhouse on the bike as we take a look at Paula Finley making her way out on to the Zoot bike course. Alice Alberts also 2 minutes 12 seconds down. We tend to think of Alice as more of a full distance athlete. That is her specialty, but certainly a contender. She was 9th in the Ironman Pro Series in the inaugural year last year, 2024, and we look to see her feature again this year for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in a race where there's 30 or 40 athletes and there is so much separation in the swim, it gives the athletes who are a minute or two down a chance to get back into the race. It's not going to happen in the first few miles, but those athletes who have the Ironman experience will be patient and they'll pace their effort. And we expect to see some of them come on strong in the back end of the bike. Lisa Bakaris is definitely one athlete to watch on the bike, as is Danielle Lewis. They're known for their bike strength. So we're still in the very, very early stages of this race, but I think Paula Finley is just in the box seat already, first out onto the Zoot bike course and heading out onto a course that she just knows oh so well.
And let's talk about that, Craig, because special thanks to Camp Pendleton Marine Corps base there in letting Ironman use their property for today's Zoot bike course. But because the athletes, you know, it's a military base, they can't preview the course like they can in other races. How important is that course knowledge? Because as you may recall from when you raced here, there's some funny little twists and turns and some footpaths there, and we've in past years had a couple of athletes go off course. So how important and valuable is that course knowledge on a course like this where you can't go out and just pre-drive the course?
Yeah, I think it's really important. I mean, the athletes have at their disposal these days a lot of tech to help with that, like Google Earth, but there is no substitute for actually riding a course, as you know, Dee Dee. So I think it lessens your anxiety coming into a race where you've raced before, and possibly if you've raced well before, that's always a big confidence booster. And as we mentioned, Paula she's raced here 7 times and never finished worse than 6th place. She knows this course intimately. She knows the twists and turns at the start here. She knows she's going to get on the old Pacific Coast Highway in a minute and head north, and it's pretty flat for the first 20 to 25 miles, and when she gets up near the famous trestle surf spot, she'll take a right-hand turn and head into the military base. And again, that's a turn she's made plenty of times, and she knows that all the elevation gain on this course comes in the back half of this ride.
Oh.
So
Yes, it's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. This is the third stop in the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. Alongside Craig Alexander, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer. And Craig, we are on the Zoot bike course looking at Christian Blumenfeld. The last time we saw Christian in this position, he was he was vomiting a few times back on the highways of Kona, but he looks well in control here.
He looks smooth, doesn't he? Last year, of course, he was bouncing between formats and distances. He had a few issues, I think, in a few races getting back on the time trial bike, but he looks pretty well dialed in. As I think that's
Lionel.
We've got big Lionel. We've got the Lion on the screen, and he looks nice and smooth too. So he's always got a little bit of upper body movement and a head wobble, but we know he's putting down some serious power through that bike. So, but yeah, Christian, it was interesting last year, wasn't it? I mean, he had an indifferent season. I think his 12th place at the Olympics was certainly not what he was hoping for. Off the back of that, he turned up in Frankfurt at the Ironman European Championships, and we saw him vomit there as well on his way to a 2:32 marathon, which was incredible. But then at the end of the season, just a 35th place, I think it was, in Kona. Again, not the season he was hoping for. And for me, this is one of the big storylines. Which Christian are we going to get this year? I think we've got a fit and focused Norwegian trio here who have really just planned out their season. They know where they're racing, what they're doing, what their goals are, and I expect it to be a different Christian that we see on the race course this year.
Yeah, fully committed to the Ironman Pro Series, which of course encompasses 18 events in 9 countries, 1,000 eligible pros, and a $1.7 million bonus prize purse. We want to jump over and talk to the CEO of the Ironman Group, Scott Deroux, who has a lot of excitement for this 2025 season and this Ironman Pro season. Let's hear from Scott.
Ironman is the pinnacle of the sport of triathlon, and the Ironman Pro Series is taking that to a whole new level. Last year, 2024, our first season of the Ironman Pro Series, we saw some incredibly exciting racing throughout the year, and it came down to the final race of the year to crown our inaugural Ironman Pro Series winners. This year, as we look to 2025, athletes from around the world focusing their seasons on the Ironman Pro Series. We're so excited about watching this season unfold. And today, sitting here in Oceanside, California, Southern California, the birthplace of triathlon, it is so exciting to be here with all of these athletes from around the world coming together to race together. I am so excited to watch the race unfold today.
Thank you, Scott. We share in your excitement. Of course, the Ironman Pro Series was a big hit last year, wasn't decided definitively until the very, very end, where Kat Matthews won for the women and Gregory Barnaby from Italy won for the men. As we take a look here at Paula Finley, our race leader. Paula talking about contesting the Ironman Pro Series. She's made mention of wanting to come up to the full Ironman distance and perhaps have that experience. Hasn't really committed to whether that's this year. She said pre-race that she still feels really fast at this 70.3 distance and wants to leverage her ability to race fast and win races. And when you step up, as you well know, Craig, to the full Ironman distance, sometimes that can kill your speed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the main point you made is that she's still loving the 70.3 racing. And if you're loving doing it, you should continue to do it. She's definitely got the speed. She's got the high ceiling, the high threshold to be competitive with these other ladies at this distance. And it's just poetry in motion watching her ride a bike. Such a smooth pedal stroke, great technical ability cornering, and she's always a joy to watch.
She is a joy to watch, and of course she's got that new bike for the season that caught a lot of great comments pre-race. It's sort of a unicorn paint job. It's really spectacular. We'll get to see that. I have no doubt we'll see that a lot throughout this Zoot bike course, as there are not many people that are going to be able to challenge Paula Finley on this bike course.
No, and who doesn't like a unicorn? I mean, I didn't see the paint job, but now that you've mentioned it, I'm going to look it up as we see Justin Reale here, I think, looking resplendent in his bright yellow Win Republic kit. And, you know, he's another storyline. He's another guy I think we should talk about a little bit. Dee Dee, of course, he had a great race here last year, got in that lead group of 5 athletes, really pushed the pace on the bike, maybe faded a little to 8th or 9th place, but I'm guessing he's going to really be keen and highly motivated to level up this year. And you know, as we watch these athletes and a lot of the names that we don't normally mention, Justin was certainly a guy who had his fair share of top 10s last year. And I think when you start having your fair share of top 10s, you start getting your eye on wanting to be consistently in the top 5.
Oh, absolutely. You talk about his development cycle. Yeah, he faded a little bit on the run. A lot of these athletes, you know, they go home in the off season, which was pretty brief this year, with the World Championship 70.3 being contested in early December. So a lot of these athletes, not a huge off season to make a lot of big gains, but they go home and they do their homework, don't they, Craig? They work on their weaknesses. You know, it's an opportunity to change some things that you learned in the season prior and try to apply them to a new season.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the off season gives, you know, an athlete and their team the opportunity to look at a whole range of performance aspects from the training itself to the race scheduling. I mean, these pro athletes have more opportunities than ever to race. A lot of series and races on the calendar that are available to the pro athletes. And one thing I think that's become more of a factor than ever before is just equipment choice and equipment testing. You know, with the technology coming into the sport, the aerodynamics. I know these athletes are always in the wind tunnel and on the velodrome, fine-tuning their equipment, trying to lower their coefficients of drag. And it's really one aspect of the sport that I've really enjoyed watching over the last 5 or 8 years.
As we take a look at our women's leader, this is Paula Finley from Canada. A familiar sight here on this Ironman 70.3 Oceanside course. And in second place is Lydia Russell, and I believe I caught a glimpse of her kit. And she is wearing a TTL kit, that is That Triathlon Life, which is the brand that Paula and her new husband, Eric Lagerstrom, have built really over the last several years, starting with just sort of YouTube videos about their lives as professionals. They have a clothing line, and now they've got a developmental team that they're trying to help some new pros really establish themselves, not necessarily financially, but reputation-wise, and put a little bit of a spotlight on new pros, a way for them to give back. And it's sort of an exciting thing for Eric and Paula to have taken on while Paula's still essentially in really the height of her racing career still.
Yeah, and I'm sure that gives Paula a huge boost, seeing her team out there on course. On another note, I think Eric Lagerstrom, who's a super creative guy and an unbelievable professional athlete in his own right, was premiering a movie this weekend. So definitely Eric and Paula have got a lot on their plates at the moment, but it's definitely not impacting Paula's training and her ability to contest right at the front of these races.
Absolutely. As we see, I believe this is a lagging pro male try to make his way to the front of the pro women's race. So we're on the Zoot bike course. This is Paula Finley leading the way for the professional women at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We are with Lionel Sanders here on the Zoot bike course at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. Lionel, a familiar face on this course. He's won here 3 times, in large part due to his outstanding performances on this Zoot bike course. So let's take a look at today's course. 56 miles, 90-kilometer, one loop, scenic but very challenging 56-mile route starts at Oceanside Harbor through Camp Pendleton, an active military base. Of course, one of the key features of this course is a speed zone that comes late in the course at mile 38, where the athletes will be held, the professional athletes will be held to a 35-mile limit. Also, some really steep climbs that also come later in the course. So as Craig Alexander and I have been talking about, course knowledge here is really important. Because there are some surprises on this course in terms of twists and turns. We've had athletes go off course, missing some turns within the Camp Pendleton military base. If you haven't seen how hard those hills are later in the climb or later in the course, that can come as a surprise. Craig, talk to me about how important it is to know this course.
Yeah, I think familiarity. Most races that these professional athletes do, they do a course familiarization. And a lot of our biggest races in the sport and our marquee events, our iconic races are in the same location. So there's always a level of calm, I think, when you come back to a course that you know well. You mentioned the speed trap or the speed limited zone at mile 38. I think that's a safety consideration. It's about half a mile long or 800 meters long. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that. But you know, most of these athletes have raced here multiple times, most of the top contenders. And I think it makes a big difference because, you know, a lot of, particularly the second half where there's some cornering, I wouldn't classify this as a super technical course, but there's some sweeping bends, there's some corners, and you don't want to be washing your speed off when you don't need to. You want to be hitting the apex, hitting the lines, and it always helps to have done it, you know, in previous years or in practice leading up to the race. And of course, one of the unique things about this race in Oceanside is that half the bike course is on the military base, so the athletes only get to access it on race day.
And one of those athletes that will have expert knowledge is the man on screen. This is Lionel Sanders. He was 3 minutes, 11 seconds down out of the swim. Clear road ahead, trying to catch his way back up to the leaders. A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka is our race week series that takes you into the inner everyday lives of our elite triathletes and take a look under the hood. This week we caught up with our very own Lionel Sanders. Let's check in with Lionel.
Chris McCormack said years ago, you can have $1 million training plan, but if you don't believe in it, it's worthless. Morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, man, it's been a minute.
Yeah, Kona, right? Lionel! Hi. When I'm at the race,
yes,
it's time to focus. Yeah, I'm not done competing.
100%.
Yeah. When you get 33rd or whatever in Kona, who cares who wins Oceanside? So a lot of training, and Jan said this to me last year as well. Magnus believes in what Magnus is doing. Christian believes in what Christian is doing. You have to believe in what you're doing. And oftentimes, the only way to do that is to do it your own way. Magnus is training very different than Christian. Laidlow is training different from Magnus. Yet they all are bunched up at the top. So a lot of it is belief. When you have talent and you train hard, you work hard, a lot of it is belief. And of course, listening to your body is huge too. For the most part, it's working crazy hard. and recovering. In 2013, I went to a race in Muskoka, and Andreas Rehler read the start list. Definitely didn't say my name. And that's how it goes. So, who cares? Who cares who the top seed is? I'm gonna race to win.
Thank you to Lionel Sanders and A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short A Fighting Chance episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com. And Craig, Lionel mentioned it, and it's something that he is aware of as a former champion here. It's something Paula Finley is aware of. And we talk about getting to World Championship season. No one cares who wins Oceanside. And amongst pros, there is a little something called the curse of Oceanside, where you don't want to be too fit too early, but in this Pro Series, you have to be hitting all of your races pretty perfectly. So talk about that conflict and how do you script the season when every second matters? You've got to be on in Oceanside, but knowing that the World Championship season is still several months away.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt these athletes race long seasons. So many opportunities to race. I'm loving the Ironman Pro Series. I think it's added another layer of interest onto already exciting racing. As we all know, the championship races come later in the year. But I think with the season so long, it gives the opportunities to just be really specific and really mindful in their planning and intentional and break their race and their season up into little mini clusters of races. We know a lot of the athletes racing here are also racing in Texas in 3 weeks. You know, Tamara Jewett's one of those athletes, Christian Blumenfeld, also Gustav Eden. So you can get some points in the bank, so to speak, early in the year. But it's always been important, as you know, Didi, it's always been important to be very organised and meticulous with your race planning. And I don't think anything's changed. You know, what I love about the Ironman Pro Series is that every second does count, even if you're not winning the race, but you have aspirations to do well in the overall series. You need to limit the damage because you lose a point for every second that you finish behind the winner.
Yeah, every second does matter, but you've got to script the complete and entire season, and that is not easy to do as we take a look at our 3 fastest transition times through the Ruvi Transition 1. The 3 fastest times were Rhodes, Jewett, and Lisa Baccaris, 3:14 and a pair of 3:22. So given the size of this transition zone, that's some good hustle. We knew Lisa Baccaris was going to want to charge hard on the bike course, and Tamara Jewett would have a little ground to make up as well. So them proving that every second matters with the fastest transition times on the day. As we come back to our professional women here, and this is Steph Clutterbuck. She was our leader out of the Roka swim course and is hanging, I believe, in a pack, last camera angle I saw, with Jackie Herring. Perhaps she had a little bit of company with her, but she's a strong cyclist, Craig, no?
Yeah, she's a strong cyclist. I mean, she's won Ironman events and she's looking nice and smooth out there. Be interesting to get some splits on the ladies and sort of who's making moves. It seems to be that it's Paula sort of leading the dance at the moment. We can see some of the men's splits down the bottom. It looks like Christian's gone straight to the front of the race. He doesn't want to hang around, and he's got a lot of the big name favourites close behind him. One name that I saw down there was Jacob Birtwistle, who you mentioned, Didi,
yes,
as absolutely a guy who can figure on the podium and even win this race. He started his season in Geelong at the first race of the Ironman Pro Series with a strong second place, has unbelievable pedigree, is a former Olympic athlete. And, you know, he was actually a track star, a young superstar runner in Australia. And as a sport, triathlon, when I say we as a sport, triathlon, we poached him away from running. So his background is running, but he has no weaknesses. Jacob Birtwistle, and it's great to see, and of course I'm a parochial Aussie, so I'm loving the fact he's up the front, but it's great to see him get his nose up towards the front of these races as we get more vision of Christian right here.
Yeah, you talk about Jake, and he was a standout at the short course, but he kind of went quiet for a few years. Is that a typical developmental cycle? Like sometimes you just hit right away at this middle distance, but sometimes it can take you a few years because things are different. We talk about you're riding a different bike, you're in a different position, fueling demands are different, race dynamics are different. So talk about that developmental cycle a little bit, because we do have so many athletes, not Jake in particular, but coming from the short course background up to the middle distance racing.
Yeah, I think for some reason we're getting an extreme close-up of Christian's front wheel here, so hopefully he hasn't got...
Is it a little soft?
It does look a little soft, doesn't it? So that's going to be interesting. Yeah, this is awful news for the race, because this is exactly what we wanted to see. Christian up the front fighting for the win. So this is just bad luck, terrible luck for Christian, as we see that front group, which has got about 6 or 8 athletes. I think Rudy von Borg was in there, Justin Reale was in there, Gustav Eden, Jacob Birtwistle, as you mentioned. So this is just shocking luck for Christian. I hate to see this.
And, you know, this is something we talk about technology in bike riding that we don't see as much anymore. You know, you get flats, and a lot of these riders are on tubeless tires. So there's a sealant inside of that tire that if you do get a small puncture, the sealant on the inside will refill it, and you should be able to keep riding. Either he's gotten a significant puncture or he's having a really significant issue with the entire tire. This isn't just a small puncture, because that would have been plugged by the sealant. There is neutral support out there, but that group isn't going to do him any favors. They're gone.
Yeah, no, it definitely, I think as you called it, he's probably got a significant cut in that tire and the sealant hasn't been able to plug it. So this is shocking news. I mean, it's been 6 months since we've seen Christian on a race course. I love watching him race. I think he brings so much to every race. He just goes hard off the front. Yeah, and that front group, well, they're not hanging around, so they've just taken off. But to your question, I think with Jacob in particular, I don't think it was a developmental issue as such. I think he had all the physical tools to be super competitive at this distance. I just think it was almost he just needed a bit of a mental reset after being on the ITU or WTCS series for so long. It's such hard racing, highly competitive, and I think he just needed a bit of a mental reset. But it's great to see him back out on course.
Yeah, great to see him back out on course and doing well. There's quite a bit of buzz about him, and if you're Christian Blumenfeld and Team Norway, this is not the way to start the season. We talk about every second matters, and just not even 10 minutes ago, Craig, we were talking about how this Team Norway has lined up their season. They know what they're going to do. How does an episode like this impact, real quick, how does an episode like this impact his season?
Well, I think he's not even thinking about his season right now. He's a fighter and he'll want to get this fixed and get back out on course to salvage whatever he can.
And we will come back when Christian Blumenfeld figures out his flat tire. We are on the Zoot bike course at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer you keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually tastes good?
It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it. You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
You're watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, brought to you by Zoot Sports, the original triathlon brand, delivering comfort, speed, and performance since 1983. And by Athletic Brewing, brew without compromise. Well, if you're just joining us here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander. You're looking at Lionel Sanders, who is chasing a fourth win here at Oceanside, but developing story, Christian Blumenfeld moments ago suffered a serious puncture and is stranded on the side of the road. We do have neutral support out there, but you're sort of at the mercy of where they are and where you flat. So Christian Blumenfeld struggling as we come back to our women's race. Paula Finley at the front. I believe that's Jackie Herring sitting third wheel. Steph Clutterbuck is in there. She was our swim leader earlier this morning. Women's race going kind of according to, I'll use air quotes here, script. No, Craig?
Well, yes and no. I actually thought that Paula might try and clear out early, but she's being patient, and great ride by Jackie, because I think you said she was about 50 or 52 seconds down out of the swim. So she's been able to bridge up, and she's had a renaissance. I mean, her season last year was spectacular, winning Ironman Hamburg, the European champs. I think she had a third place finish at Ironman 70.3 St. George, which is a tough course. So yeah, she's setting her race up very, very nicely at the moment.
Well, and she's had some changes too. That outstanding season that she had last year still made a coaching change. So lots of changes for Jackie Herring, and we will talk more about that in a second. But at the 2024 Ironman World Championship in Kona last year, our very own Matt Lieto had the pleasure to sit down with Tim O'Donnell at the AG1 booth to discuss the importance of nutrition in your daily routine. Not only are these TriDot athletes getting the benefit of their AI-powered training plan and expert coaching, they also have exclusive access to content from Ironman U and coaches like, well, you and Rinny for one, and other legends like Mark Allen. Co-produced with Ironman, these coaching tips series will offer some incredible information that you can't find anywhere else. Here's just a quick peek at what I'm talking about.
Hi, my name is Nick Collier. I'm from Colorado Springs, Colorado, and I'm racing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. So I wanted to race Oceanside for several years now. TriDot has been totally essential for me in preparing for this race. I've been a TriDot athlete for 3 years now, and just knowing that I can open up the TriDot app and I can see exactly what the workout needs to be on any given day, it's going to give me the confidence to show up on race day as fit as I can be, ready to charge into the water. My coach is Tim O'Donnell. We go back to the Naval Academy together. He's really helped with evaluating not only my training, but sort of helping me set goals throughout the season. He constantly monitors my performance metrics, my RaceX score, so he can make suggestions and he can make tweaks to my training plan, which I find super helpful. For the remainder of the season, I'll be shifting focus to short course triathlon here in the short term. After the Armed Forces Championship in June, I'll shift my focus back to Ironman 70.3 with the ultimate goal of competing at the World Championships for the Ironman 70.3 in Marbella, Spain in November. So one of the best things about TriDot is the RaceX predictions. They really allow you to set your race up, and from the beginning, they keep you on track to have the best overall race, not just the best single component. So for example, being able to look up your splits for the bike really will help you to hold back in the beginning. I've found in the past that when I come out of the swim, I'm fired up, I'm ready to go, and I'm pushing 300 watts for the entire first 10 minutes. So having RaceX gives me not only the overall predicted split time, but it will also break the race up into individual segments with targeted power. That means when I come out of the water, I can settle in, I can get some hydration, get some nutrition, and not have any hero moments at the very beginning of the race. And the ultimate thing is I will come off the bike and I'll be ready to rock on the run without having utterly fatigued legs and blowing up.
That is the TriDot split Try that, saying that 5 times fast. The Tri-Dot Split Spotlight. Thank you, Nick. Ironman will keep track of the Tri-Dot predictive course splits for Nick there. You see on your screen 27:44, 2:44:12, 1:34:09 for a total time of 4:50:05. We will compare them to Nick's actual times today, and we will check back in on Nick later in the show. But right now, we are back to our professional women, and this is Stephanie Clutterbuck. She was our swim leader. She is with a group of women at the front, and I think for the first time, she's gone past Paula Finley. To your point, Craig, Paula being very, very patient through the opening miles of this Zoot bike course.
Yeah, we see the ladies that just made the turn at the little out and back section, and Steph Clutterbuck leading, as you mentioned. Paula Finley in the group, as is Jackie Herring. Grace Alexander, I think, was in that group as well. We see Lisa Bacaris about 1 minute back, so she's made her way sort of through the field and hasn't closed down all of her deficit, but is definitely, as you predicted, that she would sort of light it up on the bike. And Alice Alberts rounding out our top 6 about 1.5 minutes back at the turnaround. And I think it's interesting listening to an interview with Jackie Herring yesterday. She talked about wanting to let it rip a little more in the 70.3 distance, and not being patient, and you know, just taking a different mindset to her Ironman racing, and I'm loving that. And I think we're seeing it play out here. She's been really aggressive at the start of the bike and is letting it all hang out.
Letting it all hang out as we take a look at Paula Finley moving back to the front of our women's race. Had a little bit of a pause there, letting Steph Clutterbuck take over, but course knowledge working out for Paula Finley as she moves to the front of the race. A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka is our Race Week series that pulls back the curtains and gives you a behind-the-scenes look at the everyday lives of our professional triathletes. This week, we spent time with Paula Finley. Let's catch up with Paula.
Jackie, that bike looks like so brand new. And your helmet matches your kit. You're very put together. Me and Jackie are gonna ride together because even though we're fierce competitors, we're also friends. Fierce. This is the first camera to hit that bike. Piece of art. I'm only gonna race with it. I'm not gonna train on it. That's my new race bike. I've never had a separate bike for both, but I think it's special enough to just be a race bike. My big goal is to finish this is like such a, I'm not saying like a race result goal necessarily, but I kind of want to go through this season and be happy racing, have fun racing, have a little bit of a different mental approach than last year where I was finding it exhausting and stressful to race, and think of it more as like an opportunity. And I don't know how much longer I'll do this. Maybe 2 years, maybe 3, maybe 5, maybe 1. But regardless, I think if I look back when I retire and think of my last few years as like stress and didn't want to be there, then that's not a good way to approach it. So yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy it.
What would winning this race mean to you?
It would mean a lot for, I guess, my confidence and just knowing that I'm kind of on the right track. I made a lot of changes this winter actually, from a coaching perspective, so I don't really know what to expect out of myself, but I do know that I'm in a happy place in my mind, so I think that that's when I race my best. And I was second at World Championships a couple years ago. Like, I can't count myself out, and I still have big goals, and I think with the right team around me who also believes that I can do that, that makes it easier to do the process, you know?
Thank you to Paula Finley and A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com. And from one iconic race location to another, don't miss Athletic Brewing Ironman Lake Placid on July 20th. Each year, this historic Olympic Olympic community welcomes Ironman athletes and gifts us with an incredible course of lakeside greenery and in the stunning Adirondack Mountains. With magic at every turn, it's no wonder that Lake Placid has scored a top spot on the 2024 Athlete's Choice Most Recommended Races. And this year, an Ironman Pro Series race destination, participants will rub shoulders with one of the hottest pro fields for next level triathlon excitement. Scan the barcode or go to ironman.com. And when disaster strikes, we rally together to support those in need. At the recent LA wildfires devastated many within our Ironman community. The Ironman Foundation is donating gear to the LA Tri Clubs and the LA YMCA to support those impacted. This weekend, we asked those in Oceanside to donate new and gently used sports equipment, which will be delivered to the LA YMCA to further support the Los Angeles community as it rebuilds. Text Ironman 53555 to make a donation and support LA wildfire relief. Help us make a lasting impact on those facing this extraordinary challenge. Scan the barcode or text to 53555 or visit ironmanfoundation.org. Well, back to the action here. Craig and Paula Finley back at the front of the race, and it looks like she's taken her serious competitor, but also very good friend, Jackie Herring, with her as they try to gap Steph Clutterbuck, leaving her a little bit behind.
Or overshoot a corner under that underpass. But she's such an experienced and composed athlete. She's gone straight to the front. We did get some nice footage of Lisa Bakaris a minute ago, and she looked like she was really riding strongly. I noticed that she's just on a minute behind, so she's closed down some of her deficit as well. And yeah, things are starting to bunch up a bit at the front here. It'll be interesting to see. We saw them just on the bike path, so we know that they're almost at the 25-mile mark where they take that right-hand turn and head into the military base. And I'm just wondering if Paula's playing a bit of a waiting game and being really patient and really looking to unleash some, just a few more watts in the back half of this bike course.
Yeah, I think we're seeing a tale of two different strategies here, and it's interesting you mentioned Lisa Bakaris, because while Paula Finley is being patient at the front of the race, I've just heard from our very own Matt Lieta, who doubles as Lisa Bakaris' coach, that she may not be being as patient as he might like, but there's so much more action to come on the Zoop bike course from Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
This is the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We are on the Zoot bike course. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander, and you are looking at our lead pack of women. For the first time today, we are seeing Jackie Herring at the front of the race, but she leads a group of 4 that has formed in the first 25 miles of this Zoot bike course. That includes our swim leader, Stephanie Clutterbuck from Great Britain, Paula Finley from Canada, Jackie Herring, as I mentioned, and Grace Alexander. These women swam together largely, and now they are on the Zoot bike course biking together. Talk about this dynamic, Craig. This is something relatively newer, these pack dynamics amongst women's racing, because the level has escalated so much in the past years.
Yeah, and I think it just highlights the importance of being able to hang in there with the group that you're with in the swim. You know, we talked about right off the top that the first part of this, or the first half of this bike course, is flattish, and it's very, very high average speeds across the board from first to last athlete. So when the average speeds are higher, it's just harder to get away, and it's also harder to close gaps. So we're seeing, you know, we thought we would see Paula at the front, and she's at the front, but she definitely has company, and it's great to see. Grace Alexander having a great race. It's great to see Jackie Herring in the mix. We know her quality. And we've got Lisa Vaqueros. Even though Coach Matt Liato's not happy, she's charging hard from behind, so it's making for an exciting race for us to watch.
It sure is. As we come back to the men, Jake Birtwistle now the leader in our men's race with the unfortunate flat for Christian Blumenfeld. He is followed by Jason Rielli. I believe that's Rielli in the yellow kit there. So this is our lead pack of men. Birtwistle, Rielli, Gustav Eden in that group, and Rudy Von Berg and Ryder as well. So a great performance from Ryder, another one of our athletes. We talked about this storyline coming up from his Olympic performance last summer.
Yeah, this is a quality front group. I mean, I'm heartbroken for Christian as a fan. You know, all triathlon fans out there watching this, they just want to see him in the mix. So, but his day's not done. Let's see what he can finish off with. But yeah, this race at the front it's really hotting up. Just some good firepower as we see Justin Rielli. He's showing that his performances last year were just no flash in the pan. He is, you know, an athlete who's determined to level right up, and he's laying down a really ferocious pace here. We're seeing little gaps open up. It's not as tightly bunched, but Jacob Birtwistle looks totally in control. There's some other names in that front group. I mean, it's got some firepower. We've got Ben Canute, as you mentioned, he's a 2-time champion here, and also a 2-time silver medalist at Ironman 70.3 Worlds. Sam Appleton, who's no stranger to the front of these races. Rudy Von Borg, who, I don't know if we give Rudy the love that he deserves. He seems to fly under the radar, but his last 5 or 8 years has been unbelievable. I remember watching a race a few years ago, the 70.3 European champs, where he beat the great Javier Gomez, and that doesn't happen. You could count that on one hand how many times that's happened. So Rudy Von Berg up there. It's great to see Gustav Eden up the front, and you know, I think a name that everybody's talking about, Casper Stornes. He's just, to me, he's a 70.3 champion in waiting. You know, I think he has won some lower level Ironman 70.3 races, but I just think he's dying to show it on the big stage against this level of competition, and who knows, today could be the day.
It could be the day. We thought we'd see the day from him back at the 70.3 World Championships in Topah, but it was not meant to be. He had an unfortunate encounter during race week that took him out of the race. So I think there's a lot of promise and a lot of hype around Casper Stornes. You know, people joke with him that he's, you know, again, air quotes, the other Norwegian, but I think he's a Norwegian we're going to be hearing an awful lot of in the future. And to your point, Craig, really great to see Gustav Eden back in the hunt in a race. It's been a long haul for him. He suffered the loss of his mother. He's had some injuries, a really sort of off-putting year for him last year, fighting his way back, and good to see him back in top form here at Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, looking to factor in not only in today's race, but here in the third stop in our Ironman Pro Series. We talk about $50,000 prize purse and 2,500 points in the Ironman Pro Series. So the first hit out for a lot of our athletes, but not for our men's leader, Jake Birtwistle.
Yeah, he's already bagged a few points this year. Got a really strong second place down at Ironman 70.3 Geelong, which was the first race of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series, and he's decided to jump on a plane and make the trip over to the US, to the Northern Hemisphere, and he's obviously bringing great form and fitness with him. To your point about Casper Stornes, he is just a quality athlete. I mean, if we think back to 2018, he led a clean sweep, a Norwegian clean sweep, in a WTCS race in Bermuda, where he beat his probably better known countryman. He was on the top of the podium, so he has a lot of quality. And hasn't focused on this distance as much as the other two, but you know, I'm right there with you with Gustav Iden. It's so great to see him. The sport just feels better when he's up the front, challenging for race wins.
Yeah, I think when you have an athlete that has had such a difficult road, I think people tend to want to celebrate and cheer him on, and great to see him doing so well today. We talk about the year that was, and at the 2024 Ironman World Championship in Kona, Matt Lieto had the pleasure to sit down with Tim O'Donnell at the AG1 booth to discuss the importance of nutrition in your daily routine. Not only are these triathlon athletes getting the benefit of AI-powered training plans, but they also have access to content from Ironman U, and co-produced with Ironman. These coaching tips offer some incredible information. So let's take a look at this AG1 feature with Tim O'Donnell.
Down here in the Ironman Expo with none other than second place finisher here, the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona, Tim O'Donnell. What's going on, man?
Hey, Matt, good to see you. Good to be back.
I know it's one thing like finding the right product, and it's the other thing integrating it in a daily life. I know for me, I use AG1 and I'll put it in a smoothie after a workout. What does that look like for you and your integration?
Yeah, for me, when I was really in the height of my training, it was a little more haphazard where I fit it in. You know, like you said, you're throwing it in the smoothie. You know, post-workout, you're in the car in between sessions. You're doing what you can. But now that my life is a little more normalized and my training's a little different, it's part of my daily routine in the morning. So I am up, first thing I do, I've got my AG1 in the fridge, chilling all night, and I'll hit it, and then I'll hit the ice bath, and then the rest of my day starts, whether it's, going for a workout or it's grabbing a coffee. Everything starts out after that morning routine.
Awesome. And what have you noticed as an athlete, and obviously now athlete, but got a lot of kids you got to chase around? I know that's harder than being an athlete. What have you noticed as far as its impact on your daily life?
The biggest benefits for me are immune support and just energy, feeling good, feeling fresh. I used to be a guy that once I got out of bed, it's coffee. I need coffee just to even say hello to Rinny, right? But now I'm finding myself, it might be 10, 11 a.m. in the morning before I'm like, oh, you know what, I'll have a cup of coffee. So that really nice, steady, balanced energy, and of course, immune support now that 2 of our kids are in school, it's really important.
Yeah, so as an athlete, you always had to adapt, and I've known you for a long time. You changed your distances over a long period of time, your strengths changed, and it seems like AG1 also has kind of adapts as the years go by. Tell us about that.
I love that you brought that up, Matt, because as athletes, you're always trying to redefine yourself. You're always trying to become the best version of yourself, and I think that's why I had such a long career in the sport, is because I was able to continually, roll around and find a new version of myself. And AG1's doing the same thing. They're always looking for the best formula. So as research comes out and they find out, new studies are coming out, they're tinkering with the formula, whether it's ratios or sources of their ingredients to make sure you're really getting the best. It's all part of the process. It's ongoing. The package is the same, but what's in there is always getting better.
Thanks to Tim O'Donnell and Matt Lieto for sharing the great benefits of a daily dose of AG1. And back to our women's race here. It is a group of 4, but lurking in the background, we've got Lisa Becaris moving up. We haven't seen much of defending champ Tamara Jewett. She is actually, at last glance, moving back in the field, getting passed by a couple of women, so not a great start to Tamara Jewett, but lots of time, and she is known for her run prowess, so definitely not out of it yet. And back to our pro, I believe this is the pro men here, Rudy Van Berg at the front of the men's race. The first time we've seen Rudy, to your point, Craig, not an athlete we spend a lot of time talking about, and somehow for a guy of his talent, he flies below the radar. How does he manage to do that?
That's a great question. I mean, he finished third in one of the best ever Ironman World Championship races that we've seen in the history of our sport last year. Historically, that was just an unbelievable performance by Rudy. No stranger to the podium at Ironman World Champs, so we did get a third in Nice at the Ironman 70.3 World Champs back in 2019. So, and has a really strong resume at the Ironman distance. So he, yeah, he's a great all-round athlete. And it's great to see him up the front challenging. No doubt he'll be on the start line in Texas in 3 weeks as well. I know he's got his eye on the Ironman Pro Series this year, as a lot of the athletes do. It was interesting seeing Tamara Jewett's split that you mentioned, Dee Dee. Of course, we know her running ability. She's the current run course record holder here in Oceanside, but she does seem to be losing some time. She wants to keep it close if she wants to have any chance of running onto the podium. She seems to be going the wrong way at this point, so we'll keep an eye on that. And we also need to keep an eye on Lionel and see where he is in relation to this front group, because this front group doesn't seem to be hanging around. But I just get the sense in both the men's and the women's race. I mean, we had a good look at the women's lead pack just a minute ago, and I feel there's some tactics being played out here. I feel a few of these athletes are just biding their time for some of the hills that are, I mean, this first climb that they're going to hit shortly it's a 12% climb, and then there's a longer, less steep climb, but much longer climb. So there's going to be some opportunities for any of these guys or girls who have, you know, some good sensations and some good legs today to really tighten the screws on the rest of the athletes in their group.
When you talk, Craig, about this lead pack of men, as we do check in with Lionel, who is continuing to try to claw back some time on this lead group, our lead group of men is a 9 big, and then there's about a 10-12 second gap back to 10th place. Of the 9 in that group, Jason Rielli, Gustav Eden, Seth Ryder, Casper Stornis, Federico Scarabino, Jake Birtwistle, Rudy Von Berg, and Ben Canute and Sam Appleton. Who do you think is going to get spit out as we get to the more punchy sections of this course, we should say? Which of these athletes, I'm going to put you on the spot, does not belong here?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, one that I can say straight away, and it's not because he doesn't belong, but we just got word that he got a blue card.
Yeah.
Terrible news for Jacob Birtwistle, because he was really starting to firm as my dark horse, or not even dark horse, but just the running legs that man has anywhere near the front of this race in T2. He would have been the guy to look out for. As we see Justin Rielli, I mean, it seems like Justin's answering your question for you, Dee Dee. He seems to be wanting to lay down a few watts here and see if he can put a few of these other athletes on the back foot, but it seems we're getting a bit of a response from this group.
I tell you, I just wanted to mention quick, when you mentioned the penalty, the blue card drafting violation for Birtwistle, one of the changes in our rules, it's not necessarily game over for Birtwistle. That penalty is now down to 3 minutes for 70.3 racing. It used to be a 5-minute penalty. So now 3 minutes still in this caliber of field. Probably not going to be able to feature on the podium, but still some valuable points in the Ironman Point Series if he can hang in there, no?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, but that'll be absolutely no consolation for Jacob at this moment. He wanted to win this race, and he had the form and the fitness to win this race. So that's bad news, and it really, for me, it signifies the end of his race here. So, but as you mentioned, there's more to play for than just individual honours in this race. If athletes who do have their eye on the Ironman Pro Series, they do have to fight on to the end. I don't know if Jacob is one of those athletes, though. I think he had his eyes firmly focused on just 70.3 races this year in the 70.3 World Championships. So that's a big blow to his race today.
Yeah, it's a tough blow, but again, we've got to keep in mind it's early season. Every second does matter, but better now than perhaps later in the season, as we take a look at our men's leader, Justin Rielli, looking over the shoulder there, putting in quite an effort to try to establish a bit of a gap.
Yeah, it's a 2-mile climb. We're just short of 2-mile climb, this one, and it tops out at about 12%. So actually just short of 1 mile, I should say. I've oversold it there. It's half that distance. So It's enough to put some hurt in the athletes. I think the group will come together on the descent, as we tend to see that piano accordion effect. The stronger athletes really try and lay down some power going up and cresting the hill. But there's so much quality still in this group. And I think you need to respect that quality. I mean, Ben Canute's sitting in here somewhere. You know, we haven't seen him on the coverage at all, other than we know on the splits that he is up towards the front of the race, and he's a two-time champion on this course. He knows this course extremely well. So I can't imagine athletes of the caliber of Rudy and Ben are going to let anyone ride off the front on these climbs.
Yeah, there's too much talent, going to be hard to make a breakaway, but there certainly is the effort being put in to get that very thing done.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Dee, because these climbs come in quick succession now. We see Justin Reali's crested the first one. He's down aero. He's flying down this hill. You know, keeping the power up on the downhill. No coasting for these gentlemen or the lead ladies on the downhills. It's just power up the whole time. So we see he's about to tackle the second climb, which is not as steep. Certainly doesn't have the elevation gain, but it's a little bit longer than the first climb. So it's just an accumulation of fatigue, though, as you know, Dee Dee, in these courses which have sort of, they don't.
Sorry. Yes, it's perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
This is the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We are with our women's professional race here. Our leader at the moment is a group of 4. It is Steph Clutterbuck, Grace Alexander, Paula Finley, and Jackie Herring. Lisa Baccaris charging hard, trying to insert herself into this top group of women as well. As we take a look here, I believe this is Tamara Jewett, who was losing time the last time we checked in with her. And Tamara has won here in the past and is looking to, again, repeat. Nope, I take it back. That's bib number 9. That is Stephanie Clutterbuck, who is our swim leader. Sorry about that. Hard when everyone has new kits and new bikes for the year to tell who is who in these early races, but Stephanie Clutterbuck, full of promise, took second place at Ironman Chattanooga. And what to me, Craig, is notable about that is that there was no swim at that race. They had to cancel the swim. And Steph, known as a super strong swimmer, and really sets up her race with a strong performance in the water, but didn't have that in Chattanooga and still managed to come away with second place. So we will see her competing at the Ironman World Championship come October.
Yeah, absolutely, and it speaks to her quality on the bike and run as well. We're quick to pigeonhole athletes who have exceptional ability in one discipline, but these top performers on the women's and the men's side, they have no weaknesses. So it was interesting, Dee, the men's race that we just got a glimpse of as they were starting that second climb. I said that I didn't think Justin Reale would be able to create any separation or a breakaway, but it looks like the last few seconds of the footage we got, he had created a gap and someone had crossed that gap to go with him. So some nice dynamics happening up the front of the men's race as well here.
Yeah, that is a place where a lot of the athletes strategically will choose to make the move. Not a lot of terrain that offers the opportunity before that, other than some twists and turns and possibly narrow passages where if you're at the front, you could make a move. But now we are with Ben Canute, who is in that lead group of men. Lots of changes for Ben Canute here. He's got himself a new bike partner. He's got himself a new coach this year, and he's got himself a new home training base. He and his family have moved to Colorado from Arizona. So he finished out his preparations for this race in the mountains of Colorado. So lots of changes for Ben Canute. He was in a really productive relationship with his long-term coach, but just decided it was time to change things up and do things a little bit different.
Yeah, he was coached by Jim Vance for a long time, and Jim's a great coach. But sometimes relationships, coach-athlete relationships, just run their course, and athletes need a different set of eyes and a different voice. So Neil Henderson's a great coach as well. He's coached a lot of great athletes. I think he's currently coaching Chelsea Sodaro, has coached Flora Duffy. So, you know, we're very lucky in our sport. We got some of the best endurance coaches in the world, and it's great to see Ben, his bike position, his bike setup. I know he's got a new bike putter. It looks a little different to his previous position on the Trek. So no doubt he's done a lot of testing. This is a comfortable and an aerodynamic position, and it's great to see him in the mix today, up the front. He's no stranger to the front of this race, having won it twice before.
Yeah, I think, you know, one of the things you talk about his bike position, one of the appeals of Neil Henderson is his exposure and expertise, specifically in cycling, working with a lot of pro cycling teams as well. So no doubt Ben Canute trying to tap into that. In fact, the A Fighting Chance series presented by Hoka, we had the opportunity over the race week to talk to Ben Canute about some of the changes that he's made this year. So let's check in with Ben.
All the breakfast burrito places are closed.
We're gonna try a new place then. Whatever. I mean, that's half the fun of getting a breakfast burrito is trying the new places. You don't know if you've ever had the best breakfast burrito in Oceanside until you try all of the places. Welcome to Johnny Manana's. Always bacon. Always bacon breakfast burrito. You gotta have a baseline to judge all burritos before you go off and do something crazy. I'm pumped to race here. I love racing Oceanside. This is one of my favorite courses, towns, all of that stuff. So I'm super psyched to race here and feeling pretty good. So I don't know about everybody else, but should be a fun race.
What's it like having your kids kind of growing up, getting a little bit older, coming to these races, changes things up a little bit, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. This is a fun spot. Like, Oceanside's a great place to bring the family, and we've always loved it. So it's a lot of fun. I never do salsa on the first bite because where you put it, you got to bite the hole to get the hole for the salsa to put it in. So we'll do the one bite.
What's your big goal this year?
I mean, to win. You always want to win, whether it's the Pro Series, World Championships, whatever it is. So that's always the goal, but just to really be consistent and, you know, being a factor at the front.
What's it going to take to win this race? Where do you see the move being made?
That's a good question. I think this course adds up. So I think late into the race is when it's going to matter most, and whoever has been able to conserve the most energy. But I think it's going to take probably a course record. The weather looks super good. There's a lot of fast and good guys here. So I think the record will probably go down.
It was a very solid burrito. Can't really go wrong with it. Would I say it's my favorite? I still think Buccaneer. You might as well grab yourself a burrito at Buccaneer Beach on the run course this weekend and sit down and watch everybody go run by on the 70.3 run course, because it's perfect. You can watch the waves, you can watch us all suffer. So that one's still, I think, top for us as a family, and that includes some of Courtney's review and the kids as well.
Thank you, Ben Canute, and A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short A Fighting Chance episodes on Instagram at Ironman Try and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com or on Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Has the racing in Oceanside inspired you to pursue your own Ironman dreams in 2025? We've got more incredible races for you to add to your race calendar. Check out Ironman 70.3 Santa Cruz on September 7th, Kaiser Permanente Ironman California on October 19th, and Ironman 70.3 La Quinta on December 7th. Entries are open for all races now. Head over to Ironman.com to register today or scan the barcode. And did you know there's another reason to race triathlon, or another way to race triathlon on the island of Hawaii? Ironman 70.3 Hawaii on the Kohala Coast celebrates its 20th edition this May 31st. What's already a special event, starting with the Waikoloa Beach Township, gets an extra glow up this year with Race Week perks, cool limited edition swag, and of course, stunning race through a tropical paradise. Bring your friends for a relay, your club members for a group trip, or your family for just a getaway. But make sure not to miss this extraordinary special race. Register now at Ironman.com, Ironman 70.3 Hawaii, or scan the barcode. And back to Paula Finley, who is in the lead of this race, but to our surprise, maybe a little bit, she is not alone, Craig.
Yeah, she's got some company, but geez, look how smooth she looks. That upper body is not moving. Such an efficient transfer of power, great cadence, great pedal stroke. But yeah, she does have some company, and it's making for an exciting race. Jackie Herring has been true to her word. She said she was going to be more aggressive at the start of the race, early in the bike, and she was. She shut down a little deficit out of the swim. Grace Alexander having a really good ride, just looks comfortable and composed on the back of the group. And Stephanie Clutterbuck she's just been at the front of the race since the gun went off. So, but we are coming into the hilly section, Dee Dee. We are coming in. The ladies are about to hit the first climb. So hopefully, I think we will see a little bit of a shake up at the front of this race.
Yeah, it would be exciting to see some of these women make a move. Paula Finley noted some of the changes that she's made, a coaching change. She's on that beautiful bike that is new to her for this race. She's also made some position changes on her bike. She's an athlete that, we had talked about taking advantages aerodynamically, has spent a lot of time in the wind tunnel, and they check every little thing. She had made some tweaks to her position with the thought of potentially moving up to the Ironman distance maybe this year. She hasn't committed fully to that endeavor, but a lot of changes for Paula Finley, and but still the same extraordinary athlete pushing at the front of the race.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Athletes, as they progress through their careers, sometimes just need, as we talked about with Ben, they need a mental change or a change of scenery, change of equipment, just to, I guess, revitalize and reset things as we head back to the men's race here, and we see Rudy von Berg taking a little break from the aero position and sitting up on the hoods. We got word a little while ago that Lionel's still hovering around 247 back, but he's got some good company. He's got Cam Worth with him, so there's some firepower in that group, and Braden Curry's there as well. And it's interesting that we're also getting word on the course that Cam Worth is doing Cam Worth things. His handlebars are loose, which is, for those who know Cam, that's just typical. As we looking now at, I think this is Jake Birtwistle. Yeah, it's Jake Birtwistle. So I'm not sure if he's served his 2-minute penalty or 3-minute penalty. I think you said it was, Dee Dee. So, of course, the rules state that when you get assessed that penalty, you have to serve it in the next penalty 10, and I think that comes towards the end of the bike because it came past the last penalty 10. So Jake's still in the mix at the front there, and we see that front group, that men's group, has compressed again. We did see Justin Reale and Gustav Fieden make a little bit of a charge off the front, but that group's come back together again, and I think only Kevin McDowell has been unhooked from that men's front group.
And I believe this is Alice Alberts that we've got here. Alice was our 9th place finisher in the overall Pro Series last year. She is a great all-around athlete, super solid swim, super solid bike, really solid runner. We tend to think of her as more of an Ironman specialist, but definitely looking to throw some valuable points on the board in pursuit of the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. She had done so well in 2024. She's kind of by herself right now. Lisa Beccaris had gone past her. Lisa Beccaris now sits in 5th place alone at 109 back. Alice also alone at 130 back. When you compare that, Craig, to this lead group of 4 women who are headed towards the first of the climbs here, how much of an advantage is it, particularly in this section of the course where you've got some punchy climbs, maybe you want to monitor your power a little bit, to be alone versus in a group?
Well, that's the eternal question, isn't it? Do you stick to your plan and your power numbers that you've set yourself, or your heart rate, or do you race the dynamics of the race? You know, in some respects, Lisa Beccaris and Alice Albert have the luxury of just sticking to their numbers or their perceived exertion, whereas these ladies up the front are locked in a battle. So it's going to be interesting. As you mentioned, the first climb, 12%. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we get some fireworks, if anyone wants to launch off the front, or if they're content with the current dynamic. And as we see someone shoot past there, I'm not sure if that was a trailing pro man or someone in the front group, but again, Paula just looks beautiful on a bike, just relaxed, efficient, great cadence, come off the aero position. It's typically, of course, aerodynamics is much more important the faster we go, and going up a 12% climb, not as important, more important to be comfortable and powerful. And we see all the ladies have come out of the aero position, just sitting up on their base bar, and Paula is just poetry in motion on a bike.
Oh, so smooth, and it shows. A Canadian national champion in the time trial. She loves to ride her bike. It's funny, she said that one of the adjustments that she's struggling to make in contemplating doing her first Ironman this year is that she likes to go short and hard. She doesn't really like the long, slow, steady stuff. So right here in the middle of this 12% climb here on the Zoot bike course, she is in her sweet spot, in her happy place as we check in. I believe this is Tamara Jewett. Oh, nope, I believe that's, sorry, come back. That's Grace Alexander, who is one of the 4 in the lead of this group. Also looking really under control, considering the steepness and the aggressiveness with which these women are riding this climb.
Yeah, they look like they're pacing themselves and just riding to a plan. Checking over a shoulder there, seeing what's going on behind. Doesn't look like to be in any distress. Face looks comfortable. And Paula just looks, I just get the sense that I'm not sure if she's just waiting for the run or if this is her race plan today, but she certainly looks, along with Jackie Herring, I would say that the most comfortable in this group. And, you know, we're 2/3 of the way through the bike, so there's still some miles before we hit T2, but it looks like this front group looks pretty well set.
Yeah, no, definitely. And one of the things we talk about, you know, projects in the off season and working on weaknesses, as we take a look at Jackie Herring up out of the saddle, potentially looking to move past Steph Clutterbuck. I don't know if there's a little bit of a gap opening up between Steph and the rider ahead of her, but Jackie trying to make her way past. Not a great spot to be trying to make a pass, and it looks like Jackie is struggling to get by her. But people will remember, if you're a fan of Jackie Herring, she rolled her ankle while on holiday with her family after the 70.3 Worlds in Topol, and it really set her back in her run training. She wasn't able to run for several weeks, but again, Craig, you know as well as anybody else that sometimes that works as a little bit of a benefit, because she definitely put in some extra bike miles during that time, and it looks like her biking in this early season is super strong and steady.
Yeah, it's one of the great benefits of training for 3 disciplines, the cross-training effect. And if you are fighting injuries or little niggles, you can sort of put a hyper focus on the other 2 disciplines. And that was an interesting perspective we got there. That was a great camera angle, just showing the steepness of this climb, and also showing Grace and Paula just edging away. As I said, I thought the front group was set. We just saw Paula put a little bit more pressure down, and it's deceptive because she looks so relaxed. But now she's powering up on the descent as well, just to press that advantage that she's gained on the climb. And it looks like Paula and possibly Grace are starting to break away here at the front of this race.
And I'm hearing from her coach, Matt Lieno, that Lisa Beccaris is drawing closer to this group. We knew that Lisa would want to make a big move on the bike, and she is inching ever closer to this group. Whether she is able to hold with them on the run would be a breakthrough performance for Lisa, certainly, compared to the talent of run in Jackie Herring and Paula Finley in particular, but she is inching up as well.
Interesting, they've just gone past the 30-mile marker there, and there's definitely a gap that's formed at the front of this race, and it was Paula Finley, I want to say mashing the pedals, but she wasn't mashing the pedals, she was just caressing them, and it was just so beautiful to watch, but so much power, and it looks like her experience and her knowledge on this course and just her class is really coming to the fore here. So yeah, interesting, we're getting a great dynamic, and that's what we were waiting for. We were waiting for some fireworks, and Paula's delivered.
Paula has delivered, and the group of four now becomes two groups of two as we watch Steph Clutterbuck and Jackie Herring trailing now your leader Paula Finley, who made some moves on the climb. So much exciting racing here in the midst of the Zoot bike course. This is the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. So much exciting racing still coming up.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
You're watching Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Ruvi, the indoor cycling experience. And I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander. This is the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We are with our lead men. That is Jake Birtwistle at the front. He was assessed a blue card and will have to stand down now. A revised 3-minute penalty. A year ago that would have been 5 minutes, so that's the only bit of bright spot for Jake Birtwistle. I don't believe that he's served that yet. He will serve that outside of T2 at the next penalty tent as Justin Rielli continues to attack, moving back to the front here. And this is Cameron Worf. He is back. He was back with Lionel Sanders trying to make some headway, but from a 3-minute, 11-second gap out of the swim, Lionel had only cut that down to 2:47, Craig. So it's not looking like Lionel is going to be able to get it done today, as Cameron Worf doing more Cameron Worf things, talking to the camera.
He's such a character. Looks like he's just handing off the tool that he used to tighten his aero. Only Cam Worth could have loose handlebars and sit on 450 watts. He's an absolute freak. So interesting little byplay going on here between Cam and the mobile bike mechanic. But interesting that you mentioned before, Didi. I mean, it's pretty much been Justin Reale and Jake Birtwistle on the front of this bike group for the last 30 miles. So they're the ones really keeping the pace high. You've mentioned there's been no inroads at all, really, from athletes further down the field. And we sort of suspected that might be the case in the first 25 miles because average speeds are so high. It's relatively flat and fast. All the groups are moving quick. I did think there might be some sort of progress up through the field by Cam and Lionel and the like towards the back half. So that hasn't been the case, though. They're sitting 245 to 250 back.
When you talk about the race dynamic of Justin and Jake sort of firing shots at the front, at what point do they realize, hey, I'm just burning matches and these attacks aren't having impact on the overall group and the guys are sort of sitting back biding their time for the run? Or is this a strategy that you think could end up paying dividends?
Well, it's interesting as we see another little gap open there up this climb, and you know, it depends. Are the guys behind them really on the ropes, or are they just riding steady? I think it comes down to just executing your plan. Sometimes you can sit on the front and hurt the athletes in the group by just making it a touch more uncomfortable than they would like it. So I think Justin in particular is thinking that's his best chance to get a high finish here, is really take the sting out of some of the more noted runners in that group. Interesting that Jacob Birtwistle's on the front, though, because he is one of the noted runners, but it's kind of what we used to see Alistair Brownlee do all the time, isn't it? Just get on the front and really want to hurt every other athlete in that group. So it's great to see.
You know, Craig, in addition to our outstanding field of professional athletes vying for valuable points in the 2025 Ironman Pro Series, there's a huge tri-club presence out there today, including the ambassador team of Athletic Brewing, the title sponsor of today's race. We caught up with the CEO and co-founder of Athletic Brewing, Bill Schrufflet, in Oceanside. Let's hear a few words from him.
Athletic Brewing is proud to be coming up on our 5th year in partnership with Ironman. Every year we're here in Oceanside kicking off the race season. It's just such a great fit. We've got our biggest operation here in San Diego, California, where we make all our great tasting non-alcoholic beer. Plus there's a huge triathlon community here in San Diego that we love to support. We are so excited to be here in Oceanside as the title sponsor. They really grew with us at Athletic from really small grassroots. We are very involved in our communities. We have 1,500 ambassadors on our ambassador team at Athletic Brewing, and 8 of them are going to be racing on Team Athletic. It's for everything from weekend warriors all the way to professionals. This weekend, Ben Canute's going to be racing here in Oceanside, leading our team of 8 people on that Team Athletic. We had a lot of fun developing a collaboration co-branded beer with Ironman. It was not only the brewers on the Athletic team, but athletes and our partners at Ironman, all thinking about what ingredients do we want. It's a really great tasting IPA that all comes together. We're going to be selling that online at athleticbrewing.com and also at the expos. After they cross the finish line, there's a celebratory beer in hands. We'll be giving out free beer at the expo and at the tent past the finish line. We'll have beer for sale and just being part of the big celebration here. We're so excited to root on everyone, whether they're on the podium or just crossing their first finish line. We wish all the racers luck out there this weekend. It's going to be a beautiful day on the course, and so we'll be rooting for Team Athletic and everyone participating.
And a big thank you to the CEO and co-founder of Athletic Brewing, Bill Schrufflet. I think all of the athletes will be looking forward to a nice cold athletic brew at the end of today's race. We are now riding alongside your 2024 Ironman World Champion. This is Patrick Lange. Patrick hasn't had an outstanding career here at this Oceanside race, but he comes over and uses it as a good hit out towards, in fact, this is not, no, that's not him. That's 23, that's Andrea Streitz. That's Andrea Streitz. Sorry, I was given bad information, and the blue kit is sort of a confusing, similarity between Andy Dreitz and Patrick Lange, so my apologies to that. That is Andy Dreitz, powerhouse on the bike as we come back to the front of the race. And Justin Rielli, who is tucked in nicely, been working on that aero position. He's been throwing attacks at the front of this race, trying to get some separation between himself and the rest of the men in that group. I think they were about 8 strong through the last climb, looking over the shoulder to see if his attacks are having any impact, Craig.
Yeah, an interesting little graphic that's come up on the screen is showing Lionel has half the deficit that we last saw. So he's down to 1:25, if that's accurate. And that has implications for all these athletes in the front group, because we know Lionel can run a 1:09 or 1:10 on this course. So it's putting them all on notice. I'm not sure if they're getting word out there, but interesting. I actually thought Andy Dreitz was Patrick Lange as well. And you're spot on, Dee. Patrick's actually not known for his 70.3 racing. All of his big wins have come at the Ironman distance. I think he's here to get points because, again, like last year, he has his eye on the Ironman Pro Series where he finished second last year. And this is a nice little chin-up race for him for Ironman Texas in 3 weeks as we get vision again of Paula Finley, and right on cue, she seems to be solo off the front. So it looks like she's unhooked Grace Alexander, who was able to stay with her over one climb, but Paula's just relentless, steady power output. It's so impressive. She does not look like she's accelerating. She does not look like she's working any harder. I think she's just paced this 56 miles beautifully. She's waited for the sting in the tail of this course, which comes in the back half, and she's executing a really beautiful bike ride here.
You know, she is, and one thing I want to come back to, Craig, is the point you made about Patrick Lange coming and having a nice hit out for Ironman Texas. Quite a few of our athletes using this as an opportunity to get valuable points, but also queuing up Ironman Texas. We've got Rudy von Berg executing that same plan. We will see Team Norway, at least in the likes of Blumenfeld and Gustav Eden, there on the women's side. Alice Albert's headed to Ironman Texas after this. Talk to me a little bit about how much using 70.3 in 2-3 weeks proximity to an Ironman as a hit out, where those athletes will be season-wise in comparison to an athlete on screen like Paula Finley, who is dedicated to this 70.3 distance. Is there a little bit more dullness in the legs from the miles of preparing for that Ironman?
Well, there can be, but it's not a one-size-fits-all. And I think it's just interesting to see the different skill sets of these athletes, because you know that Christian and Gustav and Rudy are going to be at the front of the race in Texas, but they're also at the front of the race here. It's a great question that you pose. Someone like Paula does focus on the 70.3 distance. And I think that sort of laser focus that she has on this distance just speaks to her consistency. She always performs well. As we get a nice little shot here of Grace Alexander back on the chase. She's still got Paula in her view. So it's always a nice carrot to have dangling in front of you. And she's having a great ride. I mean, we knew about her swimming pedigree, and she was one of the athletes that you earmarked, Dee, right off the top, that she'd be, at the front of this race in the swim. But she's laying down a really nice bike ride as well. So it's got herself in second position. It's looking nice, still looking smooth and efficient and relaxed. I'm excited to see this run. I'm excited to see this run because on paper, I think Paula is the best runner at the front of this race, and potentially Jackie Herring the second best, and not far off. So, there's still some miles to play out here, and there's still some interest in this women's race, but Paula's clearly wanting to take this thing by the scruff of the neck.
She absolutely is, and I think she's got to be mindful of her competitor and a good friend, Jackie Herring, who also has a good set of run legs on her, so wanting to give herself a little bit of a gap on an athlete like Jackie Herring. And again, you mentioned Grace Alexander. Between 2023 and 2024, she's had 10 top 10 finishes at 70.3 events, so definitely we'll see her feature in today as we come back to our men's race and trying to get a bib number on this athlete on screen, who is leading a group of chasers up the climb.
Yeah, and let's do a little head count on the front group here. I mean, Ben Canute still in there, Seth Ryder, Sam Appleton, Casper Stornes, Lionel Sanders has passed Kevin McDonald. He's up into the top 10 for the first time today. Gustav Eden, another quality runner. Jacob Burtwell, probably as good a runner as anyone in that group, but he has that penalty to serve. So This is shaping up to be a really interesting 13.1 miles that we're going to get at the end of this race as we get another just side-on shot of Paula and just what we call a very just smooth like butter and just, you know, a very quiet position. No unnecessary movement. Just beautiful to watch. I know she's done a lot of testing at the wind tunnel in Morgan Hill, and you can see her position is just beautiful. It looks relaxed, it looks comfortable, it looks aerodynamic, it looks powerful. And she's doing what we see her do, which is just really ration her energy and lay down beautiful 56-mile rides.
Yeah, you know, Paula's one of those athletes we talk about. She splits her time really, really nicely between doing a lot of her training outdoors, but also taking advantage of the trainer, making their home there in Bend, Oregon, does a decent amount of riding indoors. But I think it's a really good blend because the trainer makes you strong. There's no hiding. There's no lying on the trainer. There's no pauses in the trainer is relentless, but we race out in the real world. So having that combination where she can handle her bike, and typically this section of the course, and we haven't gotten a recent update on the weather, but typically once the athletes finish those climbs, there is usually a headwind back to Ruby transition. So being able to handle those conditions, the headwinds, the side winds, the tailwinds, really valuable. And I think Paula Finley has absolutely nailed it between strength and ability to handle her bike.
This is where I wanna be, baby.
What do you want? You know, what's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
This is the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. It's the third stop of our 2025 Ironman Pro Series, but the first glimpse we've had of a lot of our athletes out racing today, including our men's leader here. This is Justin Rielli, who threw some attacks in on the climbs and has been able to try to shake things up at the front of this men's race, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just think it shows the dynamic of the professional racing. It's not always a steady state effort, which is what the textbook tells you a time trial should be. But these men and ladies, they're world class, and a lot of them are so evenly matched that often it takes mixing things up. You need to attack over the climb. I mean, Justin clearly feels he hasn't got the running legs of some of the other boys in this group, so he wants to take a bit of sting out of their legs, maybe leave them a touch more fatigued than they'd otherwise like to be, and maybe have a little time gap as well. I think he's eyeing off a little time gap here, so it's interesting, and Paula's doing the same. I think Paula's plan was a touch more controlled, to be honest. Paula looked like she was always in control. I think Justin had to really go for it and put down some big watts to. It was just a big group. It was a big group of powerful cyclists, and they're still together, and they're not far back. This is not a winning move by any stretch, but I think our attention needs to turn to the half marathon, which is coming up here. It's going to be a blistering 13.1 miles for these men. We've still got Casper Stornis in that front group, Rudy Von Berg, Ben Canute, Sam Appleton, Seth Ryder. Some great runners in there. Jacob Burtwhistle, as we've mentioned, having to serve a penalty, which I'm surmising that he'll serve at the penalty tent as they come into T2. So I think that shoots down any chances he has of the top 5 here today. But interesting to see Lionel Sanders fighting his way back as he does. He's such a fighter. I would watch. If Lionel was doing an individual time trial on his own, I would tune in to watch it. I just think he's an entertaining athlete. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He never quits. He never gives up. He bided his time hovering around 2.5 minutes behind that group, and he's now started to take some time out of them late and bring himself back into contention.
As we take a look here at our female chasers, this is Jackie Herring, who may be coming up. I can't quite see the kit because they were somewhat similar, but is she coming back up on the kit of Grace Alexander? So has Jackie Herring caught back up to Grace Alexander to put herself into second place behind only Paula Finley?
Yeah, and again, it just speaks to the dynamics that you were talking about earlier, Dee Dee. I think Grace has probably potentially gone a touch over what she was comfortable with, trying to hang on to Paula, eyeing up maybe a race win or a breakaway, and Jackie seemed to be a touch more disciplined and just sticking to her race plan over those climbs, knowing that there was still 10 or 16 miles to go and then a half marathon to run. So just speaks to the different race plans and the confidence that these athletes carry into these last few miles on the bike as well.
When we talk about Jackie Herring, we had mentioned earlier that the ankle sprain, pretty serious ankle sprain, as we see Paula Finley enter the speed zone here. This is on Basilone Drive here in the Camp Pendleton military base. And for safety reasons, you can see there is a sweeping left-hand turn here. They have a speed zone in force. So as we follow Paula Finley through this speed zone, our professional athletes capped 35 miles an hour. That is an average speed through this zone. We have timing mats set up both at the start and the end. And as you mentioned earlier, Craig, it's only about 800 meters, about half a mile full of worth of distance. But our professional athletes capped at 35 miles an hour. Our amateur competitors capped at 25 miles an hour through this section of the Camp Pendleton military base.
Yeah, it's a safety precaution, and it's one of the unique things as we see Paula go over the end of the speed zone there. So timing mats at the top, timing mats at the bottom. They have a certain time that they can't exceed between those two timing mats, and it works out to be an average speed of 35 miles an hour, as we see now Jackie and Grace in that speed zone. So safety consideration for the athletes. All athletes have to deal with it. Paula's now through that zone, so she's firing up the watts again and probably trying to just create a little more distance. And I think it's a good idea. We just saw some of the road surface there was a little sort of chewed up on the edge. So I think it's a great move that the race organisers have put that in. Of course, we got over 100 professionals, but also a few thousand amateurs racing today. So safety is always a concern. As we see Jackie now back down on the flat section, she's given up a little bit of time there to Grace. Grace has opened a little bit of a gap, but Jackie getting down on the aero bars and getting back to work.
Yeah, and as our top 5 women now through mile 38.7, it is Paula Finley who has a 38-second lead on Grace Alexander and Jackie Herring. Obviously, we saw a couple of seconds of daylight open between Grace and Jackie. And then Steph Clutterbuck has fallen off the mark quite a bit during that last section of the climbing. She sits at 107 back, and guess what, Craig? She's got company. Lisa Becaris making herself known in the top 5 here today. So she is partnered up with Steph Clutterbuck, making her way, again, putting as much real estate as she can between herself and the rest of the field before they get to the Hoka run course.
Yeah, I think Lisa's bridged up a little bit of time after her deficit from the swim, but she's been hovering around that minute mark. Steph's actually going back through the field now, so maybe she overbiked to touch the first half. But we'll see. We'll see if those two athletes can form a little partnership of convenience and the little allegiance out there on the course, but it's really not making any difference to Paula. She just looks so smooth. She's in her rhythm. She's ridden this course 7 times before. She probably visualizes it in her sleep. She'd know every corner. She knows the run course that's coming up. She'd be mindful of her fueling, her hydration. She's such an experienced world-class athlete. She'd be across all of those performance components, and just looks like it's another day in the office for Paula Finley.
It does look like another day in the office, although it was funny to hear her chat pre-race. Every time she does this race, she says, I'm never doing it again. It's too hard. The course itself is hard. Again, where the climbs come in the bike course, the temperature in the morning, always tough to battle. It's always such a shock to the system when you haven't raced for a period of months, even though the off-season for a lot of these athletes, we saw Paula race at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Topaz, so it hasn't been that much of an off season, but it's always a shock to the system to put yourself in race mode, and I think that's what a lot of the athletes feel coming away from this Oceanside experience.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's a few months of not racing, and there's no fitness like race fitness, but also some of the things that race fitness brings, like conditioning the legs for a tough half marathon on a concrete path, which this is in Oceanside. You know, athletes can tend to fade the back half of this run course because it is such a tough surface underfoot. And, you know, typically as you progress through your season, the legs and the muscles get toughened up a little bit. So it's something the athletes will have to deal with. As we get another shot here side on of Justin Reale doing what he's done for the last hour and a half to hour and 45 minutes, which is just sit on the front of this race and really try and put some bite into the legs of the competitors behind him. He's certainly not known for his run, Justin, but again, he's had a good off-season to work on that, and let's see if he can improve on that 8th place finish of last year. As we are getting word, Dee, that Jacob Birtwistle will have to serve his 2 minutes in T2, and it is a 2-minute penalty, not a 3-minute for the blue drafting this year.
Yeah, I was reading the Ironman penalty has gone to 3 from 2. The 70.3 penalty, you are correct. I misspoke there. Is now 2 minutes. So again, a little incentive perhaps for Jake Birtwistle to put in a little bit of extra effort. We know he'll get a little bit of a rest right before going into T2. So put in a little extra sting in the legs. If he can just get a few more seconds on the rest of the chasers, given his ability to run, he still could factor in at least for possibly a top 5.
Possibly a top 5, yeah. I mean, again, there's a lot of quality, Dee. There's a lot of quality. Casper Stornis, Rudy von Berg, Ben Knut. I do think Jacob is one of those unique athletes who has the capacity to run a sub 110 on this course, depending on how hard he has ridden. So I don't think he's in contention for the win, but let's not write him off for a top 5. He is a quality athlete, and he is one of the best runners in the sport.
And he does seem motivated to get to that penalty tent and serve that penalty so that he can get out and put that brilliant run leg to work as we take a look at our women's leaders. Another pair of really great runners, Paula Finley and Jackie Herring. A couple of question marks about Jackie Herring, though, coming off an ankle injury at the end of last year. Certainly put a bit of a crimp in her run training, but when you're as talented as an athlete as Jackie Herring, if you're going to miss any training, it's going to be in your strength, and she's going to get that back really quickly. So it's, you can look at it two ways. You can look at it, you know, is her run training hampered? Will she be able to put out the kind of run split that we're used to seeing from Jackie Herring? Or because it already was her strength, she's not going to skip a beat. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, it could go either of those ways. I think often when we have an injury and we top up our training in the other disciplines, the discipline that we don't train doesn't suffer as much as we think. And in fact, if she's biking much better because of the extra mileage and the volume and the intensity that she's put in, maybe this ride hasn't hurt her as much as it otherwise would have with that extra bike mileage. So the run will still be there for Jackie. I don't know. It's hard to predict if she'll have her best run or a career run, but I think we will see a strong run from her because, as you mentioned, she's just spent a lot of the last few months sort of topping up those bike miles and doing a lot more of a bike focus because of that run injury.
And here we have our first look at Lisa Bakaris. We've been talking about her throughout much of the morning. Knew she would feature into this bike course. She has on the back of Grace Alexander, who is on the back of Jackie Herring. So Lisa Bakaris now up out of the saddle, going to move past both of these women at the tail end of this climb. And just an update from our men's race, even though we are sitting with our women, Cam Wurf doing more Cam Wurf things, which is riding his bike really fast, only in this particular case it was through the speed zone. So word from the course for Cam Wurf fans, he has been disqualified for a violation of the speed zone through the military base there. So Cameron Wurf is out. Also hearing Connor Weaver also disqualified for a speed violation, as well as men's bib number 68, who is, bear with me, Juna Liutin from Finland, also a speed violation. They will be removed, but that is our word from the course, so we'll make sure that that is official, but that is our word on the course as we come back to Lisa Bakaris, who looks very smooth, very, very powerful rider. I don't think she looks quite as quiet and composed as Paula Finley does, but she certainly has made her mark here on this Zoot bike course.
Beautiful cadence, beautiful high cadence, very efficient. Yeah, I wonder what coach, as we see Cam Wurf getting the red tape for exceeding the speed limit in the speed trap. So Cam's day's done, but yeah, I wonder what Coach Matt Lieta's thinking. I mean, I guess we won't know if she's overbiked until she hits the run course, but she looks great out there at the moment.
Yeah, she sure does, and I think Lisa's an athlete. She knows her strengths, and she races fearlessly. I think she likes to slam a good hard bike and see what she can do on the run. She is not one of the greatest runners, but she's a strong runner, and I think that'll serve her well. And she's having a great day. Definitely could wind up in a top 10 position here overall.
As we get our first look at the Lion for a little while, and he looks like he always looks, a little bit of a shoulder roll, a little bit of rock and roll going on, but face looks composed, relaxed. Be great to get a split on him. Last split, they were saying he was a minute 25 behind Justin Reale. So if that's the case, it's been an unbelievable ride, and we expect nothing less from Lionel. I mean, he's just a great athlete. He's been one of the best in the world at this distance and the Ironman distance for the last 10 years. So as we scoot back up the road to look at Justin Reale, and he's still looking great too. So I do feel this is a premeditated move to keep the pace high in the back half of this ride and to get a little gap, knowing the quality and the caliber of runners that he has got in that group just behind him.
As we watch Reale make his way towards the Ruvi transition, here are Connor Weaver's disqualification. He was another athlete DQ'd for a violation in the speed zone alongside Cameron Wurf. So our speeders getting that piece of red tape, they will roll into transition and know that their day is done.
Justin Reale not far from T2 now. I think we can start looking forward some anticipation to this half marathon course, which is flattish course, quite technical, low DD you would say. And yeah, I think some of the athletes in this front men's group could give 110 a tickle here for sure.
And on this sort of course, I mean, it surprises a couple of the athletes, because while Oceanside is known as a pretty flat course, there are some punchy, steep, albeit short little climbs. A lot of people used to talk about the concrete on the run course here in Oceanside and being sore and gimpy for a period of days and weeks after, because of how harsh that concrete is back into the legs. But now with shoe technology, Craig, that's all changing.
Yeah, well, that's one of the innovations. We talked about the bike technology a little while ago and the aerodynamics and coefficients of drag. And I think shoe technology has been one of the huge advancements in the last 5 or so years. Not only the carbon plates, but that new foam that they use, which definitely cushions the impact and lessens that problematic running on concrete that you can get at the back half of a run. But you talked about Lisa being a strong runner. Off a bike course like this, I think, even though it's a flattish course, I think you do need some strength in your run. I mean, strength translates to speed anyway, as we see Justin going too quick for that lead car in front there. It needs
Trying
to
to catch
scoot
a little
off
bit
out
of
of
a
the way.
ride and trying to catch a little bit of a ride into transition. Hey, take advantage of it if it's there. But he has put a very aggressive move here at the end of this course, trying to create some separation. When we talk about the chasers in the men's race, Rudy Van Berg, very, very good runner. Seth Ryder could feature in on the run. He's not too far back. Of course, Connor Weaver, one of our super strong runners, was disqualified in the speed zone. But Casper Stornes, again, another name we see could factor in. He was seventh place back at mile 38.7 and only about 15-20 seconds back. Again, we'll get that obviously updated time gap when they get to transition, but some good runners here, so the race is on.
The race is definitely on as we're getting some vision of Sam Appleton, who's been tucked away quietly in this group, along with Ben Canute and a few others. And Sam's no stranger to the top 5 of World Championships at this distance, so I'm excited to see him up in the mix, first race of the season. But yeah, Casper Stornes, I'm excited to watch him run, Didi. I think there's been a lot of hype about him, and I think it's well deserved. I think he is a quality athlete, and today might be his day. Let's see.
Yeah, let's see, but there are some real talented runners in there as well. Seth Ryder, Sam Appleton, for a long time specialized at this distance and was sort of, the name Sam Appleton was synonymous with 70.3 racing. Again, he's been doing some Ironman racing as well, but he's another super big talent. Again, Rudy Von Berg, third at the Ironman World Championship, so it's a great race.
Yeah, it's a great race. There's plenty of quality at the front. Justin Rielli backed up his performance last year. Nothing like seeing an athlete just try to level up. And he's obviously gone away after his season last year, and he's just kept his head down, working hard, and he's really shaping the front of this race. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of gap he's got. The runners, the caliber of runners in this group, though, and you've mentioned the names, we're going to see a lot. The first 2 to 3 miles of this run, we're going to learn a lot about what's going to happen here. And I guess run pedigree is one thing. It's quite a challenging. It's not the toughest bike on the circuit, but it's a tough bike, and especially the speeds that these guys and girls are just averaging. It's hard riding. So let's see how much juice they've got in the legs on a 13.1 mile course that I think is a flat, fast course. You're right. There's a couple of little sharp rises up onto the pier and up to street level from the strand, as we see Justin taking his shoes off here, getting to the dismount zone, probably stretch his lower back out a little, get the last little bit of nutrition on board, and it's going to be a flat out drag race through T2 here. There'll be not a second to waste.
Yeah, no surprise to see Justin Rielli putting his mark on this Zoot bike course. Last year, he finished 8th overall. Let's see if he can improve on that. There are some really, really talented runners in the chase group behind him, but he certainly has done his job today on the bike.
Absolutely. He's kept everyone honest. He's kept at a very high average speed, and he's definitely shaped the dynamic of this race.
As we watch him weave and wind his way through the closing feet here of the Zoot bike course. This is the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. I'm Didi Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander, and our men making their way into the Rouvy transition zone. This is Rudy Van Berg, I think. It's always so tough to tell from the aerial view.
It is tough as we see Justin dismount, make his way into T2. I think that was Rudy Von Berg, and showing his experience getting to the front of the group. And, I don't think you can win but it certainly can set up a great run. You don't want to waste 5 or 10 seconds with these guys. When Casper Stornes is going to come out at 3:10 per K pace, probably even quicker.
Oh, here's a big error here. I can't see a bib number there, but whoever it was thought that the dismount line was well further back. Technical official came up, yelled at him, said, "Hey, no, get back on your bike." Yeah, that was a strategic error there, as Rudy Van Berg is into transition in second place. He's 31 seconds down of Justin Rielli. So that is the work that Justin did, making his way to Ruvi transition zone, chased by Rudy Van Berg. But that one athlete who dismounted early saw some perhaps caution tape, I don't know, on some rough pavement, thought it was the dismount line, going to give up some seconds there, remounted and was back into transition. I don't know if that was the third place athlete, could have been, seems likely, as we watched Justin Rielli with his bike split. Top bike split of the day, Wahoo, presented by Wahoo Element Bolt, 2:05:31. So a solid day at the office for Justin Rielli as he puts the shoes on and makes his way out onto the Hoka run course.
Yeah, Justin's on his way out as we see Rudy on his way in. And yeah, that's unforgivable. I mean, as a pro athlete, you need to get down to the race venue the day before. And you do, you rack your bike. You need to get a visual on the mount and dismount lines. So, but
And
I mean, in the heat of
Stornis.
battle,
It was Casper Stornis. Yeah, it was Casper who did that. So he has given up some precious time. We'll see if he can get it back. And now the masses come in. Seth Ryder, Ben Canute, Gustav Eden, and Sam Appleton all into transition together. So Casper Stornis at 1:13 back. He had given himself some time, gave up a few seconds by dismounting too early, and then the group of 4 athletes behind as Justin Rielli makes his way out onto the run.
yeah,
Here's
interesting.
Stornis.
Casper, yeah, a racer with that much experience. I mean, I guess your heart rate's high in the heat of battle, it can happen, but yeah, he'll be kicking himself for that. At this level, these races are hard enough to win, as we see him taking a bit of time to put the socks on here. And Justin Rielli's out on course. Every second that they're stationary here, he's taken another 5 meters, so 5 or 10 meters. As we see Ben Canute in the background here, another solid performance. He's always up the front of the race somewhere, and Justin Rielli's making his way out now. He'll be down on the strand soon. So a great move by, as we see, Lionel Sanders dismount. So a great ride by Lionel. Three-minute deficit out of the swim. He's definitely closed that down a little bit. But great move by Rudy Von Berg. Tactical move to attack off the front of that group and get about 30 or 40 seconds on the rest of the group. So definitely Justin's aggressiveness and combativeness at the front of this bike has shaped the dynamics, and Rudy's seen an opportunity and he's taken it.
As we take a look at Gustav Eden there, sort of stretching out that hip flexor a little bit as he gets the shoes on. The athletes continue to pour into the Ruvi transition zone as our top 10 men make their way out onto the Hoka run course. Here we have Ben Canute. Lots of changes we had mentioned for Ben Canute under the tutelage of a new coach in a new training environment, in hopes that it'll spark something new. He's very accomplished athlete, Olympian, been twice on the podium at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Hadn't had the Ironman result that he had wanted, has made the move to coach Neil Henderson, and is looking for some more improvements.
Yeah, and he had great leg turnover there, great cadence. His stride looked good. So yeah, he's a experienced athlete. He knows how to position himself in this group to get in and out of T2 quickly. As we see more and more athletes coming through now, we've got Lionel on screen there, so it'd be interesting to get a really accurate split on, how much he's got to make up in this run. We know he ran a 1:10 here last year, so conditions look great, Didi. I mean, the sun's out. I know we always talk about how cold it is in the beginning, but I kind of feel if you can weather that storm, it's really nice conditions at this race on the bike and run.
Yeah, sets up for a really good run. Not a lot of wind predicted today. That's one thing, being a coastal run course. They hug, a lot of the course hugs the ocean there, so that it could be wind, but winds look pretty calm today, so we will see some fast run splits. According to the tracker, Lionel Sanders at 2:47 back off the bike, so that is his deficit. Definitely may pick up some of the athletes in front of him, but there's not a lot of... There's some caliber runners in there. I don't see a lot of weakness. Rudy Van Berg, Casper Stornis, Seth Ryder, Ben Canute, Gustav Eden, all really talented runners. Different stages of the season, coming off of different injuries and different setups for the season to come. But it's going to be a knockdown drag out here on the Hoka half marathon course.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a drag race. And Justin looks good as we see him taking a bit of aid through the aid station there. He looks relaxed. I think even though he was combative and aggressive at the front of that bike, I think he had the power and the fitness to do it. He knows the course well. He rode well here last year. And it's been an interesting dynamic because it looked at one stage as if Lionel was closing to the front, and he got within a minute and a half, and he's back out to 2:40 odd, but he's only about a minute 10 behind the remnants of that front group. So that front group sort of splintered in the last 10 miles, courtesy of the punishing pace and power that this man was putting down.
As we take a look at our men's leader, Justin Rielli, will he hang on? Tough group of runners behind him as the women are concluding the Zoot bike course. Our men on the Hoka half marathon course with American Justin Rielli at the lead, followed by Rudy Van Berg and a host of others. Great racing out here at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
This is the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, and our men have taken to the Hoka run course. It's 13.1 miles or 21 kilometers. This is a two-loop course. It's considered flat and fast, but the athletes are preparing themselves for quite a few twists and turns and short, steep upclines and declines as they go from beach level up to street level. But one thing is guaranteed, Craig Alexander, and that is that the fans are out in droves, and that is one thing that really carries these athletes through this Hoka marathon course.
Oh, absolutely. All the athletes love the crowd support, and this is one of the best venues for that. They're down such an iconic location, birthplace of triathlon, right down on Oceanside Beach on the Strand right now. It's such a great venue to race and to watch a race. As we see Justin looking a little uncomfortable on one of those steep descents that you were talking about. Didi looked like he was having trouble getting his legs turning over. Quite a sharp little downhill. It only lasted for probably 100 yards, but definitely enough to throw your rhythm off, but he's back in rhythm now.
Yeah, so let's check out this run course. We talked about it quickly, but again, two loops. The athletes go from beach level up to street level and then back to the pier for a second lap. The finish line is simply spectacular. The course looks flat, but there are some short, punchy climbs to keep things interesting as we watch our pro men's leader, Justin Rielli, in the lead of this race. Will he be there by the time we make it to the finish line at the Oceanside Pier? As we come back to our women's race, it is Paula Finley in the lead through the climbing section of the course. She did some damage, was able to create some separation between herself and the athletes she had been swimming and riding with in Grace Alexander, Jackie Herring, and Steph Clutterbuck, but Lisa Beccaris has inserted herself into the conversation as well, and I believe gone to the front of that now chase group. So Paula Finley in the lead. The last time we checked in with the women, Lisa Beccaris was going past Clutterbuck, Alexander, and Herring. So I believe that Lisa Beccaris would be off the bike in second as we check in with Jackie Herring and Grace Alexander here. They are trailing a group of, I think these are lagging pro men, or perhaps some age group men that have caught up to our pro women, but our third and fourth place, I believe, women here still finishing up the closing kilometers here on the Zoot bike course.
Yeah, and a beautifully paced ride by Lisa Beccaris. You mentioned right at the top of the show, Dee Dee, that she would, at some point, she would figure in this race and come through the field on the bike. Seemed like she bided her time as we see Jackie and Grace go through the 50-mile marker, so 6 miles or 10 kilometres to go, about 15 minutes of riding for the speeds that these ladies are holding, and it's been a great ride by Lisa. She's hovered around a minute back of the lead, and when they got through the hilly section on the military base, she really just kept the pressure on from the behind and was able to bridge across. Of course, everyone except Paula, who's been the class of the field so far today. And again, we get another shot of her here, and she looks like she did in the first 5 miles. Great cadence, really quiet upper body, great comfortable aerodynamic position.
Yeah, I will say we have to look a little bit further back in the field, but fastest mover on course, and it's a name we hadn't mentioned for quite a while. But Danielle Lewis is the fastest mover out on course at present. She sits in 9th place, but she keeps chewing through competitors. She's moved her way up into 9th place. Tamara Jewett continues to struggle a little bit on the bike. She is 4 minutes and 19 seconds back at last time check, with Danielle Lewis quickly breathing down her throat. So Danielle Lewis moving up through the field as one of our fastest movers on the course, with Tamara Jewett, one of our former champions here, as we look at Lisa Beccaris, who has come up on the back wheel of Paula Finley. Craig, can you believe it?
Actually, I can't. It's amazing. It's great riding by Lisa, great cadence. And I think she needs to make this move. I don't think she's got quite the run, fitness or quality that Paula has. And she's got a big card to play in this race, and she's playing, and it's been a great ride. I'm sure Coach Matt Lieto's sitting back somewhere. Perhaps at the start of the ride was concerned she was overbiking, but it looks like she's paced it beautifully. That cadence hasn't changed. As we see, we can compare the two ladies now as Lisa makes the pass to take the lead. Lisa definitely riding with a much higher cadence than Paula. Paula's cadence a touch below Lisa's, as we see back to the men's race in the half marathon. Here we see Jacob Birtwistle and Lionel Sanders. There's a power duo in the run. I actually think the last footage we got before we cut back to the lead women was Seth Ryder making his way up to the front of the race. It looked like he had, I want to say, past Ben Canute, and he was making his way up on the shoulder of Rudy von Berg. So we know what a quality runner he is, coming from a short course background, and he'll be one to watch as we go back to Lisa. And what a ride she's having, Dee Dee.
Yeah, she's having absolutely a bender of a ride here. It's been a great day so far for Lisa Beccaris. As we look now at this camera angle, and for the first time in an awfully long time, Paula Finley relinquishing the lead, looking over her shoulder saying, Lisa, who'd you bring with you? But right now it is just Lisa Beccaris who is charged to the front of this race.
It's quality bike riding by Lisa. Incredibly high cadence she's maintained throughout. I didn't see this coming. I'm not sure if this is a tactic by Paula or whatever, but let's give Lisa some credit. I didn't predict this. You mentioned that she'd be a factor, Dee. I didn't think she'd get to the front of the race. And I think this is, I don't want to say it's a career best performance, but I don't know if she's led a race of this quality with athletes of the caliber of Jackie and Paula. So I think it speaks volumes to the bike ride that she's laid down here today.
Well, it's bad news for Paula Finley because in making that move, Lisa Baccaris has brought Jackie Herring back up to Paula Finley, and I believe that Grace Alexander is in the mix as well. So those four women back together. I think Steph Clutterbuck is now the one that is off the back of that group, but still a group of four, just minus Steph Clutterbuck, add Lisa Baccaris as we come back to the men's race. And this is Rudy Van Berg taking the lead ahead of Justin Rielli.
Yeah, and Rudy looks great. We see the pass. So Rudy's now at the front of the race, and then Justin, let's see if Justin can just hook himself onto Rudy's bandwagon here, and it looks like he has. He's upped his cadence a little bit, obviously upped his pace a little bit to see if he can just hang with Rudy. So some nice dynamics playing out at the front of the men's race here. That's a big gap. That was a great move by Justin at the back end of that ride to really splinter that group. And Rudy was awake to it. He sort of shot across, saw his opportunity and shot across halfway. So he only had a 30-second deficit coming out of T2, which he's closed down now, and it looks like he's just starting to inch away from Justin. Let's see if Justin can hang on his shoulder for a little longer, but Rudy's got a great pace going.
Yeah,
Good
great
turnover.
pace, great cadence, good, nice long legs. We had a chat with Rudy. Let's hear what Rudy had to say.
Yeah, feeling solid. I have different scenarios in my head. We'll have to assess during the bike. I'm ready to push the bike if that's what I need to do. If we're a big pack, with some fast runners, I'm ready for that scenario. I'm also ready to, ride hard in a pack, let's say, and run really fast. So yeah, kind of ready for different scenarios. I've had a good winter, so yeah, everything's looking good.
What's it going to take to keep Lionel away from the front of this bike race and then to keep him off your heels on the run?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we're gonna have to, swim is always happens how it does, but on the bike we'll have to kind of, keep the pace high. Again, I'll have to assess how the pace is feeling, how the dynamics are looking on the bike, if I really want to push the bike, or if I feel like it's just not necessary. Don't want to burn a match for nothing either. So yeah, but you're always thinking about guys like Lionel for sure when you're in the front pack. You want to keep that pace high and then get onto the run and with enough real estate for them not to catch you.
Feeling pretty confident you can win this race?
I think so. I mean, I feel confident I can do, a very good race, top 3, top 5, whatever. I can win as well. Obviously, it will be hard against, run speed like Christian or guys like that. But yeah, I think it's in the cards for sure.
Well, Christian not going to be a factor for Rudy Van Berg, but Christian is still moving. Our spotters on the course tell us that he is off the bike and has made his way into T2, but not going to be his day as Rudy Van Berg extends his lead over Justin Rielli. But it is Casper Stornes who is now 22 seconds back of Rudy Van Berg, and this is Lionel Sanders, who I think that's Burt Whistle behind him. Burt Whistle served his penalty, but Lionel Sanders wasting no time and ran straight through Burt Whistle and is charging hard to see how far up he can get into this race. Craig, he looks really good. His turnover is very, very quick for Lionel.
He looks amazing, and I think that 2-minute penalty set Jacob out on the run course next to Lionel, and I thought they might run together for a while, but Lionel, he's intent on making his way through, and I mean, he's such a strong athlete. He combines strength and speed on his bike and his run, and so a challenging, tougher sort of bike course profile doesn't impact Lionel's run as much as some of the other athletes. He seems to be ticking along nicely there. His cadence, as you mentioned, was really high. He looked like he had that good forward lean, that intent. He's got little nuances in his stride that we always talk about in his technique. And I don't think, there's a perfect technique. What there is a perfect technique for an individual, and Lionel's technique works brilliantly for him, and he looks like he's on the charge.
He absolutely is on a charge, and you said it earlier, Craig. He's an athlete that he's an emotional racer, and there is no doubt about it what Lionel is feeling right now, and it's not a nice soft tickle.
No, this is the place he likes to live. He talks openly about You know, the reason that he races, what he enjoys about the racing, the personal challenge, pushing himself and getting to these moments where you do have to find out if you still have a passion for it and you're still willing to fight for it.
And Rudy Van Berg leads the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
If you are watching today and live in the US, or even if you don't, no matter what corner of the country or the world you look, you'll find an outstanding Ironman 70.3 race option, ready to welcome you to the top-notch experience and unique warm charm. This June, discover one of the best-kept secrets in Ironman 70.3 Coeur d'Alene. Ironman 70.3 Louisville, Kentucky is truly one of a kind, famous for its blend of southern warmth and hospitality. And in September, experience Ironman 70.3 Michigan, a highly awarded Athlete's Choice winning destination in multiple categories. Hit the website or scan the barcode and discover all of these races and more. And when disaster strikes, we rally together to support those in need. The recent LA wildfires devastated many within our Ironman community. The Ironman Foundation is donating gear to LA Tri Clubs and the LA YMCA to support those impacted. This weekend, we asked those in Oceanside to donate new and gently used sporting equipment, which will be delivered to the LA YMCA to further support Los Angeles community fire victims as it rebuilds. Text Ironman to 53555 to make a donation and support LA wildfire relief. Help us make a lasting impact for those facing this extraordinary challenge. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander, and this is the thundering herd of our men's race as Lionel Sanders makes his way past Ben Canute, charging hard. We're used to seeing Lionel charge up ahead on the bike, but making moves like this, he's past Appleton, past Canute, and Lionel Sanders charging towards the front of the race, Craig.
Yeah, he's on a charge. He's a phenomenon, this man. Look at him, his posture, his face, it shows his intent. He's on a flyer, and interesting looking at the time gaps behind Lionel as we see the lead women come into T2. They've really blown out, so I think it speaks to his strength. His ability to come from a 3-minute deficit and ride through the field and hold time on that front group as we see Lisa Bacaris just coming up on the shoulder of Grace here. So that Lisa has been the one who's changed the dynamics of this race. She's brought it all back together. As we see Jackie, I think she's still tucked in on the back of that group too. So great dynamic in the women's race. We saw Paula off the front, created some separation, but then Lisa came through and just closed that gap right back up and dragged Grace and Jackie right back into contention. So amazing ride by Lisa. Just incredible cadence there.
Full credit both to Grace and to Jackie for taking the bait when Lisa came through and realizing that that was their opportunity to get back to the front of the race, because through the climbing section, they were left behind, and they owe at least a cold athletic brew to Lisa Bacaris for bringing them back up
Yes.
by the end.
Yes, they do.
By the end of the bike, and I think, you know, it certainly gives Jackie Herring a fighting chance at the win. I mean, she's a good runner. Is she as good as Paula? Maybe, maybe not. But anything can happen out there as the women make their way towards the Ruvi transition and out onto the Hoka Marathon course.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know. We always talk about the early season form, and I guess we'll see what happens in this run. But Lisa has certainly changed the dynamic. As we flash back to the men's race, and yeah, we were talking about Lionel before. He's amazing. His ability to ride solo, hold a group, not lose time, and then close time late in the bike, and still run his 109, 110. He made up a lot of time on that front group, and no one in that front group is safe. Not even Rudy. At a minute 20, Rudy looks like he's moving well, but Lionel's on the hunt.
Well, Lionel's on the hunt, and Seth Ryder on the move too. He's now in second place. He's moved up a couple of spots and just a few seconds back of Rudy at last time check.
Yeah, he's got an incredible run pedigree as well. We mentioned that he came from a short course background, and this racing's always been, you know, it's thought to be a middle ground between Ironman racing and short course racing, but it favors the short course athletes. It's about threshold. It's definitely about threshold. So, and that's what these athletes bring in, a very high threshold, as we see Lisa charge into T2.
Extraordinary performance from Lisa Bacaris today on the bike. We knew it was coming. Well, I knew it was coming, but a great performance from her. She weaved her way back to the group of four. By that point, Paula Finley had separated herself, but Lisa pulled Jackie Herring and Grace Alexander back into the lead pack as Lisa is down on the ground, getting those socks on, getting those shoes on, and getting ready to head out onto the Hoka Marathon course as Paula Finley makes her way past Lisa to rack her bike and do the same. Lisa Bacaris will be your first out on course here at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
Man, looks great. One of the things I always look at is what kind of leg turnover. You can have those wonky, uncoordinated legs straight off the bike, but she looks like she's got straight into rhythm really quickly as we see Paula now pulling the socks on, and she's probably going to have a 20 to 30 second deficit here. That's an incredible, you did call it, Dee Dee. You said at some point Lisa could get to the front of this race, and she did.
Craig, even a broken clock is right twice a day, I tell you that much. As Paula Finley out in pursuit of Lisa Bacaris, it will be Grace Alexander and Jackie Herring who make their way out on to the Hoka Run course as well. And in the men's race, we had a camera shot there on Casper Stornes before we cut over to the women. Our spotters out on course tell us he was walking for a bit, and he has faded. He is no longer in the top 7. So great hopes for Casper Stornes. Sort of dashed here as Rudy Van Berg leads, with Gustav Eden now making the move into second place past Seth Ryder. Lionel Sanders still charging hard. Craig, he is 40 seconds down, 38 seconds down from the lead. Lionel Sanders running like I've never seen him run. I'm used to seeing him charge through a field on the bike, but what a performance today on the run for Lionel.
He's the favorite. He's the favorite. He looks amazing. I know it's early days, but he looks amazing. And every athlete at that far run turn would have seen just what we're seeing, the posture, the intent. Look at him. He's charging through this field.
Last run segment, and this hurts me, and I'm sitting in a chair, Craig. 4:48-minute miles through that last run segment. Lionel Sanders is on fire.
Yeah, he's the big favorite at the moment. I know he's not in the lead, but you don't run a 4:48 mile unless you've got great run. And we know he's always got great form and fitness. And there's a lot of talk about him chopping and changing his training. But one thing we can't deny is his work ethic. And he's just his desire. He just has an appetite. He has an appetite for these kind of races where he gets to run into contention and run through the field.
And that last camera shot, we saw Gustav Iden with Seth Ryder on his shoulder going past Rudy von Berg, but it is this man, our spotters out on the course telling us Gustav looks really, really good, but it is Lionel who is the man of the hour right now, and these guys are running scared away from a hard-charging Lionel Sanders as we look at our lead men. This is Gustav Iden. Again, you have to cheer this guy. He's been through such a rough kind of year and a half of his life, but back in the lead here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside with Seth Ryder, Rudy van Berg trying to hold on. He's kicking up that turnover as well, but in the distance there, you can see behind the escort bikes the faint figure of Lionel Sanders, Lionel the Lion, charging hard. What a race we have going on here in Oceanside.
This is an absolute cracker of a men's race. Gustav, it's shades of the Gustav that we were so used to when he just went on that tear, winning everything, and along with his countryman Christian was the best athlete in the world over this distance and the Ironman distance. So yeah, this is a great dynamic. We've got Seth, he's a quality runner, comes in with great pedigree, and Rudy, he's taking up the fight too. So this is what we love to see. We love to see shoulder to shoulder racing. Gustav looks comfortable, but all three of these men know who's coming from behind too.
Yeah, there are so many spectators out on the course telling them what's going on, and who could forget a few years ago when Rudy von Berg was in that sprint finish for second place with Lionel Sanders. Will that play out again? This is an amazing race for the men. Back at the women, we had Lisa Becaris lead out of transition with Paula Finley in pursuit. But right now in our men's race, it is Gustav Iden in the lead with Seth Ryder and Rudy von Berg chasing. Let's check in with Gustav's thoughts on this Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
My cycling has been pretty good lately. Training in Sierra Nevada, it's on the top of a huge mountain. And if you're going to do any riding outdoors, it's, prepared to do a lot of climbing. I actually hit my 20-minute peak power not too long ago, so hopefully the bike will be good. The run is much better than it was last year. Not sure if I will be able to translate into competition. That's always difficult, especially when you're not competed that much over the last 2 years. But I think the bike should be fun. Winning this race would be a huge surprise. My training says that I'm progressing a lot, and the last month has been the best in probably 2 years, but it's still, when I look at my old numbers and stuff, it's still, some ways off. So it would be a surprise, but I will take any surprise. It's gonna be a long season, and to start it off with a win would be amazing. Usually I'm kind of like a late season racer. All my major titles have been won in the late season, so it would be a surprise. And as you said, Nice is kind of all that I dream of this year. It's where my Ironman really career kicked off. I did have a couple of 70.3s before that, but Nice was where it all started commercially and the fame and everything. So to have the final piece of the comeback in Nice later this year will be it will be amazing.
Amazing, and talk of it would be a surprise to win here, but Gustav Iden surprising even himself in the lead of this race. But it is this man, Lionel Sanders, who now through 5.6 miles or 9K of this race sits just 26 seconds back. He was 2 minutes and 47 seconds back in transition, so he is absolutely firing through this Hoka run course. He's settled into pace a little bit. He had a couple of sub 5-minute pace miles there in the early going. Lionel Sanders charging really, really hard, but the leaders at the front, Gustav Iden, Seth Ryder, and Rudy von Berg, the trio running shoulder to shoulder here along the Oceanside. The crowds are going absolutely nuts for them. This is what they all came out to see today, Craig.
This is an absolutely cracking race, Dee. Love to see shoulder to shoulder running. As we see Gustav checking his watch as he does, checking the splits. And it's interesting listening to him talk, isn't it, when he talks about comparing his numbers from just a couple of years ago. And I guess, any training system has its advantages and disadvantages. When you use so much data and you track everything, you know when you're in great shape, but you also know when you're not in such great shape. So the numbers don't lie, as they say, but he's laying down a good one today. This is great. Seth looks great too. All these boys, their cadence, their turnover. This is a really, really fun race to watch. And we know Lionel's lurking back there. He did look like he'd come off the pace a little bit, Lionel, but just the fact he was running so quick, even at the start, and he still looks like he's running quick, tells me he's got great legs today. He rode like he always rides, and we do expect this from Lionel in the run too. He's so tough. He's never discouraged at time splits out of the swim. He's never discouraged what groups are up the road. He just gets about his business, and he's so mentally tough. And he's bridging this gap, and you know, we're probably a couple of miles away from seeing it, but we could have 4 athletes together very, very soon.
4 athletes through the second half of this Hoka run course would be extraordinary. And you talk about, you know, Lionel not being discouraged, but how hard has it been for Gustav Iden to not be discouraged over this last year of his career? But to your point, Craig, the data doesn't lie, and you lean on the data and you say, okay, I'm not where I want to be, but I see improvements. I see improvements in these power segments. I see improvements in these paces. I see improvements in my overall fitness. And that's got to be sort of the carrot that dangles out in front of him and keeps him going to believe that he can get back there. And what a day for this woman out of Boulder, Colorado. This is Lisa Bakaris, who charged through the field on the bike and leads out on the Hoka run course. And if we were to look at Lisa's career and her strengths and weaknesses, one of the things, you know, her run would be her most significant weakness, but watching her run, Craig, she's made great improvements in her run form. She's not as fluid a runner as some of the other women out on course, but just looking at her posture, that's a great, great improvement from Lisa Bakaris, and paying dividends out there as she still leads this women's race.
Yeah, she's covering off the miles well. She looks good. She looks relaxed. Just got a little message from her coach, Matt, saying that, you know, she's had a really consistent sort of lead-in, which is unusual because last year she had a few injuries she had to deal with, and we know the importance of consistency in endurance training, and she's reaping the benefits, and looks amazing as we see Jackie just shake out a bit of tension in her arms. She's got a slightly higher arm carriage and was just shaking the hands out trying to get loose, but she looks like she's moving along well too. So this women's race is shaping up nicely. We've got the 4 women off the front who are making a really great race of this, and they're still close. They're in close proximity as we again flash back, and we can see Jackie in the background there. I think we can see on the long shot.
Yep.
And these long shots are always a little deceptive. We don't know what the time gap is, but Jackie would definitely have a visual on Lisa, so she can see her up the road. And so this is a really interesting dynamic taking place in the women's.
Mathematically, looking at that camera shot, I agree with you. That is Jackie Herring in the pink chasing down Lisa Bakaris. But Craig, where's Paula Finley?
Well, that's the big question. That's the big question. We got our eyes on Jackie again, and yeah, she looks great. I don't know. And I don't want to speculate what's happened to Paula, but she's tough and she'll be in there somewhere. I did think it was unusual when you see her make a move at the start or at any point in a 56-mile ride. She normally goes on with it. So let's just see what happens. Maybe she's getting into her work.
Yeah, but Jackie Herring, you know, if there are any questions about her run fitness coming off that pretty severe ankle sprain, she was off running for a period of several weeks, but that question has been answered. Jackie Herring looking absolutely phenomenal. She is flying. Lisa Bakaris, I give her full credit. She looks great. And to your point, yeah, a smooth, quiet build-up, no injuries. She is an athlete that has struggled. You know, she had an April Fool's post out on her social media that because she's not injury prone, well, she is injury prone. She said she was going to race, you know, a couple of Ironmans this year. I don't know that we'll see that out of her, but we do know that she has had a healthy build-up, and it shows here today. She is having, to your point, a great career race here today in Oceanside, but it's not going to be enough to hold off the likes of a hard-charging Jackie Herring. Jackie's such a talented athlete. You know, we haven't talked much about her today, but really for several years of her career specialized at this 70.3 distance, and then last year we saw her come back to the Ironman, fall in love with Ironman racing again, and she's an athlete who does it all. She's a brilliant 70.3 racer, a great Ironman racer, as she proved throughout the course of last year, mother of two. The woman's got a lot on her plate and is absolutely thriving as we come back to the lead of our men's race with Rudy Van Berg moving back to the front of this trio. I like, Craig, how we're seeing them trade off turns at the lead, and I don't know if that's sort of by design or if it's just who feels good in the moment, but they're trading off the lead, and that's going to help them work together to try to hold off Lionel Sanders.
Absolutely. I think a mile or two, when we saw Gustav on the front, we saw him peel off to the side and turn around and say something, I think, to the boys. So that might have been, guys, let's just share the workload. We're still early in the run, and that's good. That's actually just good race management and smart tactics, because Lionel's, he's got his eyes locked on these boys. He's got a visual on them, and they know they would have seen him at the far turnaround. So these three guys are moving well, though, and all quality runners. As we see Lionel here, we're panning back to him, and he's not that far off joining this group. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic, because I think if we've learned anything about Lionel, he's not going to sit in and want to rest if he does catch and hitch his wagon onto this front group. As we flash back to the women, and as we see Jackie Herring about to make the pass and take the lead, and they both look great. Jackie does look a little better, slightly higher leg turnover, a little more relaxed. And we saw Jackie, I want to say she's run a 1:14 or 1:15 run split in a 70.3. So she is a quality runner, and I guess last year she got most of her great results in Ironman, although she still did have a couple of podiums at St. George and Chattanooga as they swap a few words there. And talk to me, Dee Dee, what's going through their mind here? They are.
The funny thing is that for anyone else, I think getting passed by Jackie Herring, you would be slightly disheartened, but not Lisa Baccaris. She is having a career day out there, and she is enjoying this moment. And I think being an athlete who has struggled with injuries, and a lot of injuries, she's had a lot of surgeries. She's had labral hip tears in her hips that have been repaired. She had compartment syndrome in a shin. She had surgery on that. She has sat on the sidelines for many a season and many a race, and I think with that comes an incredible sort of gratitude for the ability to just be healthy and be happy and be racing. And so while she has relinquished the lead to Jackie Herring, I think she's still happy as Larry out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jackie Herring just having a little smile at the camera. We see her wearing one of those cooling headbands from Omius, and we get the long shot now of Paula, and Paula came out of transition 30 seconds behind Lisa. So she's holding strong, Paula. She's getting into her work. I think she can see the two ladies up the road as we see. Well, it was inevitable.
Oh my gosh. You know, I would have told you at 3.5+ minutes back off the bike that Lionel was not having his day, but let's take a look at the Mortal Hydration optimized results run splits for Lionel Sanders through 5.6 miles. That is average of 3:21 per minute Ks. Estimated time at the next split, race clock 3:10:36, but Lionel changing the dynamic of this race, not on the bike, but on the run. We've got Seth Ryder taking the bait, trying to go with him. Rudy Von Berg, you can see he's kind of given into it now, and Gustav Eden looks like he's just had about enough.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think you often see when an athlete catches a group and tries to blow straight through. Seth's feeling pretty good. He's jumped straight on Lionel's shoulders. The other two will just be in their rhythm. They'll try not to let this gap ride out too much. Gustav's, he's a very choreographed and orchestrated athlete. He'll be sticking to his splits. But you talk about in the women's race the dynamic on the bike, Dee Dee. I want to talk about the dynamic on the men's bike. Was it a luxury for Lionel to be able to ride on his own and stick to his numbers, where we had in that front group Justin Reale just aggressive, putting in surges, taking these guys out of their comfort zone, maybe over their limit a little bit. Maybe it's coming back to bite them a little bit. That, you know, at some point you got to pay the piper. Lionel he just rode his ride, and now he's running his run. And I feel like these other boys, they were sort of following Justin Reale, who was the Pied Piper on the bike ride, and maybe they're paying for it a little bit now.
Yeah, they could. You know, you've got to pay the nothing comes for free, right? So answering some of those surges that Justin Reale was throwing down, certainly Justin Reale is paying the price for it. He's fallen back. He's in 8th place through 7.3 miles. Again, we didn't expect him to necessarily feature on the podium, but you know, he's continuing to make improvements in his run. A strong bike definitely established the dynamic on the bike. A lot of those guys, though, Craig, they didn't take the bait. Like, we never saw Rudy really answer that. So we're going to see how it all plays out from Oceanside, California, and the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3. You're watching Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, brought to you by Qatar Airways, going places together, and by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander, and you're watching our women's race leader. This is the American Jackie Herring, who finished 2nd overall in the Ironman Pro Series a year ago. She is being chased by Paula Finley out of Canada. Paula led for most of the bike, but Lisa Baccaris changed the dynamics and pulled Jackie Herring and Grace Alexander back to the lead. A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka is our race week series that pulls back the curtain and gives you a behind-the-scenes look at the everyday lives of our elite triathletes around the world. This week, we spent time with Paula Finley. Here's Paula.
Jackie, that bike looks like so brand new. And your helmet matches your kit. You're very put together. Me and Jackie are gonna ride together because even though we're fierce competitors, we're also friends.
Fierce.
This is the first camera to hit that bike. Piece of art. I'm only gonna race with it. I'm not gonna train on it. That's my new race bike. I've never had a separate bike for both, but I think it's special enough to just be a race bike. My big goal is to finish this is like such a, I'm not saying like a race result goal necessarily, but I kind of want to go through this season and be happy racing, have fun racing, have a little bit of a different mental approach than last year where I was finding it exhausting and stressful to race, and think of it more as like an opportunity. And I don't know how much longer I'll do this, maybe 2 years, maybe 3, maybe 5, maybe 1, but regardless, I think if I look back when I retire and think of my last few years as like stress and didn't want to be there, then that's not a good way to approach it. So yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy it.
What would winning this race mean to you?
It would mean a lot for, I guess, my confidence and just knowing that I'm kind of on the right track. I made a lot of changes this winter actually, from a coaching perspective, so I don't really know what to expect out of myself, but I do know that I'm in a happy place in my mind, so I think that that's when I race my best. And I was second at World Championships a couple years ago. Like, I can't count myself out, and I still have big goals, and I think with the right team around me who also believes that I can do that, that makes it easier to do the process, you know?
Thank you, Paula Finley, for spending time with our Fighting Chance team. You can find all the Fighting Chance shorts on the Ironman Try Instagram or on proseries.ironman.com. Back with our women's leader, Jackie Herring, trying to hold off Paula Finley. The gap through the last timing mat was 15 seconds. That's when Paula went past Lisa. So a little bit of time has elapsed since then. So Paula looking to insert herself at the front of this race, and a man who has already done that in the men's race is Lionel Sanders. Craig, this race dynamic in the men is just, I'm the mind blown emoji.
This has just been such an awesome race. I mean, this man is incredible. We said in the bike ride we would tune in to watch him just do a time trial on his own. It's always exciting, it's always entertaining. Wears his heart on his sleeve, and obviously still has an appetite to be one of the best in the world and to do what it takes to be one of the best in the world. And he's clearly that. Just an insane running pace. I mean, to be running clearly this much faster than the rest of a quality field is really incredible.
Yeah, that's through the timing mat there at 8.9 miles. Seth Ryder is only 20 seconds behind him, but that's another sub 5-minute segment there for Lionel Sanders at 4:55. Rudy Von Berg, another 10 seconds behind Seth. So they are starting to get strung out. Gustav Iden holding on to the back of Rudy Von Berg, but Seth Ryder now, he jumped on Lionel when he went by to take advantage of that pull. The elastic is snapped, but it did the job of separating himself from Rudy Van Berg and Gustav Iden. So Seth Ryder now, not by much, but alone in second place.
Yeah, and he looks great. So, I mean, Seth Ryder is a quality runner. He's had a great race today. He's been up the front from the start. Another one of the athletes who have stepped up from short course racing and looking to dip their toe in and doing just a great job of it. And he looks great. You know, when I guess if we had a split screen of these two athletes side by side, you would look at Seth and think it's a textbook running style. He's very upright, slight forward lean. What Lionel is just effective. Amazing leg turnover, amazing engine, and just super effective. He covers the ground so quickly.
And I tell you, at this pace, Craig, it absolutely, you know, we talk about the form, but he is in a straight-on gallop. Like, he is galloping through the streets of Oceanside right now. Your men's leader at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside is Lionel Sanders.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
This is where I wanna be.
So. Sorry. Yes, perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
This is the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer alongside Craig Alexander. And Craig, this morning there were so many storylines we were chasing. There was the storyline of could we see a Norwegian podium? Well, that didn't pan out because Christian Blumenfeld suffered a puncture early in on the bike. One of the storylines we followed is a lot of the athletes coming up from draft legal format to the middle distance. The man on screen, one of those men doing that brilliantly here today. That storyline playing out. Another storyline, so many returning champions in the field today. Lionel Sanders, Ben Canute, Tamara Jewett, Paula Finley. Would they be able to repeat? Right now, Lionel Sanders doing the job as we look at Rudy Van Berg coming back on Seth Ryder. Right now, Paula Finley, a returning champion, sitting in second place behind Jackie Herring. So many great stories playing out here today, Craig.
And this is the biggest one right now, Dee Dee. This podium, this fight for the podium amongst these men. As Seth takes a look back, has he stepped outside his comfort zone trying to hop onto Lionel's shoulder? Gustav's not out of the running for this podium yet either. He's still just hovering back there, probably 5 to 10 seconds back of these two. So this has turned into a battle royal on this run, and we're here for it. It's been awesome to watch.
Talk to me, Craig. You've been in some pretty epic battles throughout your career, and when you're in Gustav Eden's position, you're right there. You just keep telling yourself, they're right there. Why can't I get them? Do you want to accelerate, or is it got to be, even for that small a distance, just like you eat an elephant, one bite at a time? You've got to do it inch by inch. What's the mindset and how you overcome a gap like that? It's literally a matter of a handful of seconds.
We've seen Gustav in this position many times. We saw it at 2019 70.3 Worlds when Alistair went blowing by him and he just stuck to his splits. He's very experienced. He has belief in his training and his fitness, and he knows the best way to get to the finish is just hold pace and hold his level, and that's what he's doing. He won't be panicking as we pan back up to the front, and look at this man, head slightly rocking back. This is a sight. This is one of the best sights in triathlon. The lion with his zipper down, chest out, arms pumping. He loves this course, and he looks like he's headed for victory number 4 here.
Yeah, he absolutely does. I think a lot of people were wondering, can anyone catch Lionel? Last split, his lead now 41 seconds. But the story here, folks, is the battle for the podium. We've got Rudy Van Berg, Seth Ryder, and Gustav Eden all within about 4 or 5 seconds of each other. The battle is real, but now we see Rudy Van Berg making his move. He was caught by the other two athletes, and now he's re-emerging and inserting himself alone into second place. Can he hold on?
I think he can. I think he can. He looks great. We talked earlier about that race, the Ironman 70.3 Euro Champs, where he held off Javier Gomez, who was just taking chunks and chunks out of him on the run, and he stayed composed. He ran to his plan, he ran to his schedule, and he was able to hold Javier off. And I think he's doing the same thing here again. Lionel's blown through, he's just sticking to his plan. Just an experienced move by an experienced racer.
And looking back into 6th and 7th place, it's Jake Birtwistle in 6th place, running just ahead of Sam Appleton. And one has to wonder, Craig, what if it weren't for that penalty? Jake Birtwistle serving a blue card penalty for 2 minutes back at transition 2. He's 2 minutes off the lead right now. One has to wonder what might have been. Could there have been, 5 athletes in contention, for the win here today?
Oh, absolutely. And that's just another of the storylines that will come out post-race when we do the analysis. And also Christian Blumenfeld. What happens if he doesn't get a flat tire? But he does. And as fans, it robbed us of what potentially was going to be a grandstand finish, but we're getting one anyway. And, Lionel's just doing what he always does, which is race with his heart. Rudy looks amazing. He looks to be in tip-top shape. forget about 3 weeks from now. Right now, he looks to be in great shape. And, you know, Gustav looks like he's moved up into third, and he hasn't given up on second yet either. So this race for the podium is not done yet. These final podium positions, they're far from settled.
Well, I tell you, a lot of people come into this Oceanside race questioning, you know, it's early season fitness. How was my winter? How was my preseason? A lot of these athletes just setting us up for a really exciting 2025 season, not only here in Oceanside, but for the entire Ironman Pro Series. To your point, we're going to see Rudy von Berg again in 3 weeks' time at Ironman Texas. We're going to see Gustav Iden again at Ironman Texas. We will see Christian Blumenfeld again at Ironman Texas, hopefully minus the puncture. So these race dynamics are going to play out all year long, but these guys have not skipped a beat from the end of 2024 to get going here in 2025 in the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, these men and women are just going to get sick of the sight of each other by the end of this year, but it's, as fans, we're here for it. As we see Gustav, he's making another move. This man does not lay down. And, yeah, Rudy still looks composed too, though. If we look at his face, he looks quite relaxed, looks totally in control. And, yeah, so this final podium position could well come down to a sprint finish. As the miles are ticking away, they are running out of real estate, and I think the horse is bolted with Lionel Sanders as we see him heading the other way. He's just, yeah, he's on a flyer today, Lionel.
Chin
looks
forward.
amazing. Well, chin slightly back, but as we said with Lionel, it doesn't matter. You throw the textbook out the window because it just doesn't matter. He's just a quality athlete, a tough athlete, and he's just always in the race.
As we watch Gustav Iden try to shake the likes of Seth Ryder and establish himself into third place. It is Lionel Sanders. Again, the foot speed, the turnover, you know, much will be said about Lionel's training philosophies, and he seems to follow the wind whichever way it blows. One season he's a high volume athlete. One season it's all about his nutrition and cleaning that up. This season he's committed himself to short, higher intensity type training. But I think the one thing that he has learned, you know, you're chasing the best in the world. You're chasing Christian Blumenfeld. You're chasing Gustav Iden. You're chasing these guys. You tend to want to morph your training to do what they're doing. But I think what Lionel is realizing, he's got to do what Lionel does best and what is best for Lionel.
Yeah, and I think that's the journey that every athlete's on. And sometimes you lack belief. Sometimes you follow the Norwegian method or whatever the method of the day is. And the method is usually just good, consistent training and working out what really does drill down and get you in your best shape and sticking to that and having belief in it. As we get another shot of Gustav, who, again, it's glimpses of Gustav from 2 years ago. He looks great. He looks relaxed. He looks like he's got the mojo back, the spring in the step. And, yeah, I mean, you talk about Lionel changing his mind based on the wind. Well, it's a tailwind today. The wind's blowing in the right direction for Lionel Sanders today. He's great for the sport. It's good to see him at the front. I think all the athletes admire and respect him. Know he's going to make them all hurt, and he holds every athlete accountable when he's on the start line. He's doing it again as he charges towards this finish chute. And depending on what angle you get with Lionel, depending on what angle you get with Lionel, it does look like he's got a limp. It does look like he's got a limp sometimes, but the turnover is just so great. The heart and lungs are so strong, and the head's just focused. He's a mentally strong athlete. He never feels like he's out of contention, and he's putting on a show for us today.
Yeah, he sure is. He was definitely licking his wounds after the Ironman World Championship at the end of last year. He did not perform to expectations, but he's the athlete that never makes an excuse. He owns every decision he makes, and he owns every mistake that he makes. And when he puts it together on a day like today, and often that day is here in Oceanside, to your point, he's an insanely popular athlete, not only with the fans, but with fellow athletes. I think the other guys get a kick out of him because they know he's always going to show up and race his heart out, and he's doing that today. And to your point, he's great for the sport.
As we get a little visual on Jackie Herring, and it seems like she's still in the lead Be interesting to see what that gap is back to Paula Finley, and it looks like that lead stretched out a little bit now. So Paula was making a bit of a charge, but Jackie seems to be holding strong. So yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? She's had that ankle injury, Jackie, and it probably caused her to focus more on the biking, but that seems to have helped her run here. And biking well always is a good recipe for running well.
And yeah, the women about to make their way to the turnaround to head out on the second lap of this Hoka run course. Paula Finley looking fantastic. Interesting that both of these women at the front of this race have made coaching changes over the off season. So a new stimulus, athletes who have been incredibly successful last year, but just evidence as to what a change in stimulus can do for an athlete.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we talked about that earlier. Sometimes you just need a different voice or a different set of eyes. Sometimes it's not even about the coach. It's just about you and where you're at in your career and in your life. So it's not unusual to see athletes make changes even after having great seasons, changing the team around them. So yeah, Paula's done that. And it seems to be working well for her. She's as consistent as ever. As we get to look at Gustav here, just easing his way up on Rudy's shoulder. So this is, you know, you mentioned earlier, Didi, you talked about, you know, Gustav coming back from the personal situation and that terrible Achilles injury. And it's a challenge, mentally, it's a challenge. But all athletes go through that. It's part of, in the end, what makes them more resilient and gives them that mental armory that they can perform when they're in shape and when they're fit on the biggest days and on the most important days. It's all part of the journey. And it's great to see Gustav back up the front of the race and really mixing it up.
It's got to be a huge confidence boost, because even while you know that injuries happen, it does cause you to question yourself. And as he was making his comeback through the second half of last year, obviously we saw him with a DNF at the Ironman World Championship, and there's always that little bit of doubt, right? You've got the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other. The angel saying, you know, you can do it. Look at your metrics. Look at the progress you're making. But the devil's like, is it ever gonna come back? And what a great boost for Gustav Iden today to carry into the 2025 season in pursuit of the Ironman Pro Series along his good mate, Christian Blumenfeld, who he had a little bit of bad luck today with that puncture, but we will see the two of them featuring throughout this season in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll feature. They'll be right up the pointy end. And as we see Rudy here throwing a little surge as Gustav checks his watch again, very methodical, checking the watch, checking the pace, checking the heart rate. Rudy's a fighter. Both these men are fighters. This is not a done deal yet. Rudy's, yeah, this gap has sort of yo-yoed the last 2 or 3 miles, and you know, he's fighting, and he's just about to crest one of these little slight undulations on the run course. So yeah, he's in the box seat for second, but not a done deal.
Well, you could see too in that last shot of Gustav, he sort of veered over to the side of the road, and he's trying to catch a draft off the cyclist, right? Every little ounce of motivation, pacing the pull of the bike up that little hill to keep himself as close as he can, because you know the attack may happen. To your point, we may see a sprint finish, but Gustav with the presence of mind to take advantage of everything that he can to try to run down Rudy van Berg.
Oh, he's a racer. He has exceptionally high race IQ, course management. He knows all the things he needs to do to improve his situation, and that's why he's won some of the biggest races in the world. And again, even though he's slowly sliding back here, he hasn't given up the fight. Like you said, he's looking for every little advantage he can, even if it's a momentary draft off the chaperone cyclist.
And back at our women's race, the lead women have gone through that 6.5 mile marker, and Paula Finley unable to make greater inroads into Jackie Herring. That gap still sitting at just over 30 seconds in the women's race. But the gap here between Rudy van Berg and Gustav Iden continues to grow. Rudy seems to have the bit in his mouth, the pull of the finish line, trying to draw him closer. Yeah, he's established a pretty good gap though, but I'm not going to call it over yet.
Yeah, it's not quite over, but this is probably the largest gap we've seen in the last 3 miles. So it looks like Rudy, he has got the bit between his teeth, and he's just like a horse heading home for the stable. He's he's running for home for sure. But again, we just caught another glimpse of Gustav checking his watch. So it's not like he's a forlorn figure in the background there. I don't think he'll give up the chase.
And back in our women's race, Lisa Becaris holding on to third place. She sits a minute 49 down after that extraordinary ride she had. But Danielle Lewis is stalking. She's just 30 seconds behind Lisa Becaris, and right now is our fastest mover in the women's course on the run. That last segment for Danielle Lewis at 3:33 Ks. So Danielle Lewis moving really, really well in the women's race, looking to insert herself on the podium. She's got a minute 50 to catch Paula, but she definitely will have Lisa Becaris in her sights. That's one of the features of this course, these long straightaways. The athletes really can stalk each other. Definitely better to be the hunter on a course like this than the hunted.
As we see Lionel get back onto the strand for the last time and head towards the finish, that side-on shot, I really think, just highlights how quick he is moving across the ground. He still looks great, still fluent, still moving along, and the real battle is for the podium positions, second and third. It's a fight between Rudy von Berg, who's no stranger to the podium here, and Gustav Eden. So it looks like, again, we get a look that, yeah, Rudy's he's just pulling away from Gustav now. So with, you know, a little over a K to go, you would think that Rudy has got this second place on the podium in his back pocket. I'm going to say it, Dee Dee, I think he's got it in his pocket.
You're calling it.
I'm going to call it.
I don't disagree with you. He takes a look over the shoulder. Not far to go now, but even less far to go for Lionel Sanders. I tell you, I'll be the first to admit, I doubted him. I doubted him on the bike. You know, when he came out of the water 3:11 down, that was a much bigger deficit than what we saw him have last year at only 90 seconds. He really only clawed back about 20 seconds throughout the entire bike course, which I think was unusual. But man, did he go to town once he got onto this Hoka run course, and he never looked back. I don't think I've ever seen Lionel run the way he's run today, and maybe to your point, it's because he had a little bit more of a patient bike. He was on his own for most of the day out on the bike course, setting up this brilliant run.
Yeah, it's possible, and it's going to be interesting to see what all these guys have to say after the race, because I was like you when I saw that deficit out of the swim. I thought, wow, that's almost twice the deficit of last year. So it looked like it was going to be a tough mountain to climb, but again, he just gets to his work, Lionel. He doesn't give up, regardless of the race situation. It's always 100% effort all the time, and I'll be interested to hear from some of the athletes who are in that front group what the dynamic was like with Justin Reale just being so aggressive, particularly the last 25 miles, whether that in the end maybe burnt a few too many matches, or maybe not. Maybe just Lionel just executed a perfect race.
And in the foreground there, Lionel Sanders running towards that iconic Oceanside pier. Of course, the pier, victim of an electrical fire back in 2024, a $17 million repair project to get that back up. But one of the key features and one of the things the athletes always spot when they make that turn down from street level to beach level, they see that pier, and boy, they know they're headed for home. And Lionel Sanders is headed that way now.
Yeah, you can just hit that corner right on the path.
He's definitely not far from the finish. We can see the pier up ahead. Looking at the race clock, it's 3:46 and a half, which is roughly the time he did last year. It's very hard to compare years. Every year's different because of the conditions. As we see him peel off where you would normally go up for your second loop, he's now in the finish chute.
Lionel Sanders, he was well back out of the swim. Had a 3-minute, 11-second deficit to the leaders out of the swim. Only clawed back about 20 seconds throughout the entirety of the bike course. But man, did he own this Hoka run course, and he makes his way on to the magic carpet. Your 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside champion once again for the 4th time, Lionel Sanders.
And doesn't he love breaking the tape? He's had plenty of practice. Every win means a lot to Lionel for different reasons, but
Lionel Sanders from Canada.
he's certainly laid down the gauntlet. Early season, early doors, as you say. But that's a great performance by Lionel.
And we've got the fist pump, nodding his head as if he knew it all along. It's hard to bet. I had some conversations during the race week as to who my picks were. It's hard to bet against Lionel and Oceanside, but I tell you, Craig, earlier today, I did bet against Lionel and Oceanside as we welcome our second place finisher today, Rudy Von Berg. As we take a look at our men's champion, Lionel Sanders, his run split presented by Wahoo Element Rival, 1:11.28. Didn't get that 1:10 split, but man, what a brilliant performance from Lionel today, with Rudy Von Berg coming home in second.
Yeah, just another world-class performance from Rudy Von Berg as well. As we see Gustav Iden cross the line here.
Gustav, there's your podium.
Hard-fought third place for Gustav Iden, and a big smile on that young man's face to realize that after a long, tough year with injury, personal loss, and a bit of struggle, he is back doing the things that Gustav does best. And while we celebrate our men's podium, to look back at our women's race, Danielle Lewis at 7.3 miles has made the pass on Lisa Beccaris. Lisa Beccaris falls to fourth place with Danielle Lewis now 2 minutes down of Jackie Herring and just 1:30 down of Paula Finley, as our men gather themselves behind the finish line and get ready to celebrate with a nice cold athletic brew.
Really solid performance by Gustav Iden, as you mentioned, Didi. I think he'll be happy with that. He was very open and honest, saying that his form's not where it was pre-injury, but he's fought a good fight out there today and got himself on the podium. And we got glimpses of the Gustav Iden that we're used to. We saw glimpses of that today, so it's definitely a big step in the right direction for him.
And there we go. That is Seth Ryder. And there we had Ben Canute in a sprint with Jake Birtwistle. You gotta be a little upset for Jake in that drafting penalty, but he fought hard and was able to claw back a few more slots. But Ben Canute got him there at the line.
And then overcoming some serious deficits on the run to be.
So with six athletes across the line in our men's race, your champion is Lionel Sanders with Rudy Von Berg second, Gustav Iden third, Seth Ryder in fourth, Ben Canute in fifth, and Jake Birtwistle in sixth place. And Craig, looking at fourth to sixth place, we talked about the battle for the podium, but even between Seth Ryder and Jake Birtwistle was about 7, 8 seconds. So the battles just carried all the way to the finish line today for the men.
Yeah, it was a hyper-competitive race. There were no blowouts in time other than, I guess you could really say Lionel, he sort of created some separation, but then they came in rapid fire. So as we see Sam Appleton cross the line and get another top 10 in his decorated career. But yeah, I mean, it was competitive racing across the board. Unlucky for Jake, but that's why we have rules and penalties. But Ben Canute, tough as always. He's going for every second. He's obviously got sort of his eyes on the Ironman Pro Series, and knowing that, you know, every second counts as a point deficit from the 2,500 points that Lionel bagged himself today. So he was willing to fight for every inch today, Ben, as he always is.
And of course, Lionel Sanders will take home 2,500 important points in the Ironman Pro Series. And the clock counts down, athletes losing 1 point per second behind the leader that they finished. So the race is on in the 2025 Ironman Pro Series, with Lionel Sanders taking home 2,500 points today. As we take a look at our men's podium gathering behind the finish line.
Great start to Lionel's season. He'll be over the moon with that. And it's, I mean, he's a serial offender here in Oceanside, isn't he? That's title number 4. Great to see. Storylines abound, though. I mean, one thing we should touch on, Didi, is Christian Blumenfeld, who's openly stated that he wants to win the big titles at the end of the year, but he's also really got his heart set on the Ironman Pro Series. So that's sort of some dents into his aspirations. He'll be taking a hit to his points tally after that flat tire, as we see Jackie Herring heading out on her second lap here.
Yeah, unfortunate for Christian Blumenfeld is he's going to have to likely insert another race if he wants to really contend for the lead in the win in the Ironman Pro Series come the end of the year. And you know how you do that in scripting an entire season. And Craig, it's not like you can sort of cherry pick, find a quiet Pro Series race to try to, you know, mount some points back. That's not easy to do. So inserting another sort of top performance into your calendar is a big challenge, as we watch Paula Finley continuing to chase Jackie Herring. Or has Paula gone past Jackie? The tracker would indicate that Paula Finley is our leader, but I think we saw Jackie Herring still in the lead, although it was very, very close. So we're gonna have to go back, do some fancy camera work and see what's going on, because certainly the tracker on screen has Paula Finley in the lead, but at the last mile marker, it was Jackie Herring. Danielle Lewis, the big mover here, she sits in third place at 1:44 back of our women's leader. And I believe Jackie still is in the lead of the race, so that graphic was incorrect. It is Jackie Herring still, then Paula Finley, Danielle Lewis in third. Lisa Baccaris still running strong in fourth.
Yeah, Jackie's still looking good, still looking composed, just off the front of this race. And I wonder if this was in her plan. I mean, she talked openly in her soundbite before the race about wanting to be more aggressive. That was part of I guess a big point of difference for her this year, not letting the races get away from her, but being more proactive in the race dynamic. And she's certainly done that today. She had a great swim and she bridged very, very quickly up to that lead trio and has pretty much stayed close to the front for the entirety of the race. We saw Paula get away on the hills on Camp Pendleton, but then Lisa Baccaris came through and just really that piano accordion effect really brought that group back together. And since then, Jackie's looked really just in a great groove and a great rhythm.
Yeah, looking further down the field, Tamara Jewett, one-time champion of this race, she sits in 7th place. No doubt going to try to knock off a few more spots in her pursuit of the Ironman Pro Series this year. She's another athlete that has stated she will be moving up to the Ironman distance and will be, I believe, planning to race Ironman Lake Placid later this year. So first Ironman season for Tamara Jewett. A little bit of a struggle today. I think she just lost too much time in that swim. Wasn't able to bridge the gap on the run, but will try to insert herself into the top 5 on this second lap of this Hoka run. Other names we've been watching, Steph Clutterbuck led our swim. She got spit out a little bit at the end of the bike, but she's fighting for a top 10 finish there. Alice Alberts, great, solid, all-around athlete, aiming for Ironman Texas in a few weeks. She is rounding out our top 10, but right now it is Jackie Herring in the lead with Paula Finley in 2nd place at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
Stop the
You are watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by Mortal Hydration, thirst quenchiest hydration. And we are with Danielle Lewis, who has moved into third place. Danielle, the 2024 Ironman Lake Placid champion. She didn't fare as well at World Championship season, but Danielle Lewis off to a really strong start here in our women's race as we take it down to our men's podium and our interviews.
Recovery zone at this Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. It has been an incredible day of racing, and I am here with the champion from 2024 and now the 2025 champion, Lionel Sanders. Lionel, you have to tell me, how did you come back after a 3-minute deficit? What was the mindset it took to dig yourself out of that hole?
Well, I went back to old school, which was I don't care what the strength deficit is. Don't get me wrong, I'm not happy about it. I'm not content with that in any way, shape, or form, but whatever, it's just a number, and it just means I'm going to have to suffer more if I can run. And the thing that I've changed, the biggest thing that I've changed this season is I prepared properly for that. So it was nothing that I did today that I hadn't prepared for, and so there was no fear. I was able to race as hard as I possibly could. Even when I got off the bike, I was like, you're still totally in this game. And you have to have the fastest run and have the fastest run. You can still win.
You have so much experience on this Oceanside course. Did that factor in for you as well?
Certainly when I started to get into the battle, it factored in because when I ran up on a group with 3 guys, I was like, you need to catch them so that they don't sort of get like some more motivation if you're maybe 200 meters behind into the corner at the far end of the course. So I made sure to catch them by that corner, and then I knew that to the final corner with about 4K to go, you need to basically make it out of their mind that they can catch you. And so I pushed really hard to that corner, and then I think I was out of their mind that they were catching me.
Well, you were out of their mind, but you were into our minds. And Lionel Sanders of Canada, the winner of this Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. Thank you, Lionel, so much for being here. And we're going to bring our other winners in. Our top 3 men, we're going to...
And that was it with Lionel Sanders. Again, he said he prepared specifically for the deficits that he ended up facing, and so that gave him confidence. He formulated a race plan off of the bike, and that being familiar with this course really gave him the confidence as we come back to our women's race. And we have a change in leaders as Paula Finley, halfway through the second loop of this Hoka run course, has gone past Jackie Herring. Jackie trying to take the bait and stay on the shoulder of Paula Finley, but that split was over 30 seconds just at the turnaround point, and they're just at the end of the beach section here, Craig. So Paula really on a move here, or is it Jackie fading?
Well, it's hard to know, but it looks like both ladies have just been holding pace. I mean, it's just been an entertaining and interesting race. We've seen some yo-yoing, we've seen some attacks on the bike. We saw Lisa Vaqueras bring the group back up, and just like with Lionel, Paula's an experienced racer. She's no stranger to being in these positions. I think she knows what card to play at what time. She looks composed, and we've got ourselves a run battle in the women's race.
This is what we would hope for. Jackie Herring and Paula Finley head-to-head at the front of this women's race. And Danielle Lewis, we had seen her prior to Lionel's interview. She has moved into second place and sits a minute 30 down. So she is moving really, really well. Continues through most segments to be the fastest mover on the course, but will she run out of real estate to threaten for first or second, but right now safely in third?
Yeah, just a mentally tough. Just a mentally tough and focused race by Danielle Lewis as well. We talked about Lionel doing exactly the same thing, not getting discouraged, seeing the deficit out of the water, just riding to a schedule and a plan. And we haven't had much vision of Danielle, but what we've seen of her on the run course, she looks like she's just floating along as well. So, as we see Paula just starting to edge away a little bit, it's interesting. We often talk about run techniques and how fluent somebody looks and efficient. And, in the end, it's about how you cover the ground for sure. I mean, there are some tells for sure when you're looking at someone's technique, their arm carriage, their sort of core stability and strength. But there's always outliers like Lionel, who just, you think he's not going to be efficient. But again, it just comes down to the pace that you're running and that you're able to hold. And for Paula, I think she hasn't panicked at any stage here, even though, as you mentioned, Dee Dee, she did drop back over 30 seconds behind Jackie. And it'd be interesting to see if we get an update on sort of their pace, whether it's been Jackie just coming off her pace a little, or if Paula's actually sort of just got into her work. She is an experienced enough athlete that she can even split these half marathons.
And here is Danielle Lewis still looking really fluid. And I just wanted to make quick mention that Christian Blumenfeld sending a message to the men's field. He ran 1:07, Craig, off the bike for 15th place. So despite the setbacks, a brilliant split as we go back down to our interview in the Hyperice Recovery Zone.
The Hyperice Recovery Zone with the second place pro finisher, Rudy Vonberg. Rudy, it was a battle out there today and some things kept switching up on the run. Tell me about what was happening out there and really what your strategy was to get you into second place.
Yeah, so I was second off the bike and then led after a few Ks. But I felt good, but my back muscularly was kind of a bit stuck. And so a lot of guys were right there within 45 seconds. So I was a little worried, but usually it loosens up. And so, but it's kind of tough. You got to kind of really stay on it mentally. And when the guys caught me, I surged to follow them. And then the pace kind of eased a little bit. So I was like, okay, I can stay with them, for sure. Because when they caught me, I thought they were going to drop me after 200 meters. And then, I started feeling pretty solid. Lionel went by, he went real fast. And then it was a battle for the podium. And just kept on running hard, And
well, it's a battle that you won, and what does it mean? I mean, you're no stranger to the podium here at Ironman, but what does it mean to start a season here in North America with this second place at Oceanside?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, I'm aiming for the Ironman Pro Series this year, so I'll do Texas in 3 weeks. And then Frankfurt, Nice, Marbella. Great to get my 70.3 world slot as well. With only 3 slots, I wasn't sure if I was going to get it with such a field. So very good points.
Well, congratulations. Rudy Vonberg from the United States, your second place pro men. Thank you so much, Rudy. We're going to bring in third place. We've got Gustav Eden. I've been saying all day, never count out the Norwegians. Gustav, have a seat here. What an amazing day of racing out there. A big men's pack coming out of the swim, and then it looked like a battle out there on the bike. Tell me about that bike.
Yeah, it was hard. It was really, really hard. I think I might have overbiked slightly there, but I was just so caught up in the moment. And when Christian sadly had a flat tire and I was in the lead, I was like, okay, I might, let's just do it. I'm going to take Christian's role and push in the front. And I might have overdone it a little bit, but in the end, I got away with a third place here in Oceanside, so I'm super satisfied.
This is really setting you up in the Pro Series and for 2025. What can we expect to see for the rest of the season?
I think I should only be getting better from here. It's optimistic to say it maybe when I get a third here, but the training has been progressive amazingly, and I have Texas in 3 weeks. I think the marathon will be a challenge for me. But if I'm just a little bit smarter on a bike, I think I will get away with a decent run there as well.
Well, it definitely was more than decent here in Oceanside. Congratulations on a third place finish. We will see you in Texas in a few weeks. That's Gustav Eden from Norway, your third place finisher. We have so much more racing here at this Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 women coming up next.
That's great, Gustav Eden. Full of just joy to be back in the mix at a major race here, taking third place here at the Ironman 70.3 Oceanside as we check in with our women's race. This is Lisa Picaris, who has fallen to fourth place, but boy, did she make her statement on this race throughout the bike, and she's running very, very well.
Yeah, she still looks nice and relaxed. And Paula, I mean, Paula's the one who's just come into her own. I'm not sure if she's speeding up or just holding pace, but she's got about an 8-second lead. So yeah, it's not a done deal at the far turnaround. There's still some running left in this one, and both ladies seem to still be moving well. So Paula looks like she's coming on strong though. So, I mean, I'm not going to jinx her because I did say on the bike I thought it was a winning move when she took off. So I might just put the Q in the rack on that one.
Although I will say, I do think that Paula is, whether or not the paces are actually changing, I think this is the best she's looked. Her shoulders were a bit up at the end of lap 1, but it looks like she's relaxed into her stride and looks well. I wouldn't say she's running with confidence because anyone trying to hold off Jackie Herring in their right mind shouldn't be confident, but Paula Finley looking very, very good. But Jackie Herring has her sights on her, and that is one thing about this course. Being the hunter is the power position when you can see that athlete. So a great battle at the front of our women's race. And then, of course, in third place, we have Danielle Lewis, who has moved up quite a bit through the bike, but really here on this Hoka run course where Danielle Lewis has made her mark and inserted herself onto the podium. She is moving really, really well. She was the winner of Ironman Lake Placid a year ago. That was probably her standout performance. She definitely, if I was to put her in a bucket, more of an Ironman bucket than a 70.3 bucket, but she was 4th at 70.3 Chattanooga last year, 6th at 70.3 St. George, 5th here at Oceanside a year ago. Just struggled a little bit, Craig, in World Championship season. She was 11th in Nice. I think that probably for her probably felt like a little bit of a disappointment, and then fell all the way to 37th in Topaz. So struggling to the World Championship events, but I think looking to script a much better season this year to put herself in contention to move up in the Ironman Pro Series.
Yeah, well, I think she's already going to better that 5th place that she got here last year. So that's one box that she can check. And yeah, she looks fantastic out on course. I think people always, are not happy when you assess someone's run technique, but when you've watched athletes run as often as we have, there are little tells in their technique. You know what you're used to seeing with them and whether they're comfortable or as fluent or just as efficient as you would normally see. And all three of these ladies, they still look great. This has been a fantastic race by Danielle Lewis, in a similar vein to Lionel's, just so far back out of the swim, but just getting about her business on the bike. And she's only a minute 26 off the lead here. So that is a phenomenal solo performance by her, with still a couple of miles left to run as we see Jackie picking her way through some of the age groupers on their first lap. And she's still got her sights firmly locked on Paula, though. We can see Paula just up the road in that lead motorbike, the Camera Moto. So these athletes they know exactly where each other are on course. And I think with a couple of miles to run, just a touch over 2 miles, 3.5 kilometers, we're in for a nice finish.
Yeah, a great finish, and it'll be really exciting to see if Jackie Herring can chip away at Paula Finley as she starts to look over her shoulder a little bit. That's never a good sign to me, Craig.
Yeah, well, it can be that someone's panicking, but I think someone has experienced this, Paula. Maybe she just wants, maybe she's getting some splits off the side. Maybe she doesn't trust them, so she wants to get a visual. She wants to see whether she needs to, maybe she's in a comfortable pace and she thinks, I've got another gear, do I need it? Just get a visual to see where Jackie is and if she's closing that gap and maybe going for that extra gear if she's got it available. But yeah, it can also mean, if it keeps happening like it has just again there, that maybe she's a little concerned.
I mean, I think, she and Jackie race each other so frequently. They've actually trained a lot together. So I think Paula knows exactly what she's up against, as does Danielle Lewis. I mean, the good news for Danielle Lewis is she's only 125 down on the lead, but the bad news is that it's to an athlete like Jackie Herring and an athlete like Paula Finley, who aren't likely to give anything away on the run course. Another item of note, moving into 4th place, the first time we've really seen her this morning since the pro athlete call-ups, is Kaidi Kiviova has moved past Lisa Bakaris into 4th place. So a change there. Kaidi Kiviova into 4th place, Lisa Bakaris in 5th, but Grace Alexander only about less than 20 seconds, about 15 seconds behind Lisa Bakaris. So a lot of unbelievable racing in our women's race as well, Craig.
Absolutely. There's still some storylines to play out in the lower placings here, fighting for points. We know most of these women are focusing on the Pro Series, so every position counts here and every second We know that the winner's going to get themselves 2,500 points, and then it's pretty much 1 point per second for that deficit to the leader. So whilst you might not be having the race that you've envisaged or visualized, as we saw with Christian, you still need to fight for that time deficit and make sure that you do get as many points in the bank as you can.
And back to Paula Finley, who continues to look over her shoulder there. The gap is now up to 12 seconds. So between timing stations there, she did put a few more seconds into Jackie Herring, but it's just a little bit, I think, a sign of respect to the caliber of athlete that Jackie Herring is, that Paula Finley knows she needs to keep checking. Am I holding the gap? Am I increasing the gap? She knows she's still there, but can she hold her off? She knows she's being stalked. She is in the weaker position right now, not being able to see and know that Jackie Herring can just see every move that she makes. Jackie Herring can see her look over her shoulder, and to me, that's incentive for Jackie Herring to, at least, whether or not it's true, tell herself, hey, like, she's hurting. She keeps checking for me. Like, I can still get her. That's the mind games that Jackie Herring's got to be playing with herself right now.
That's exactly what I was going to say. This is the psychological warfare and the little mental battles that athletes wage with themselves and with other athletes. And both of these ladies, it's been a long, hard fight. They're deep in the race. The fatigue levels are high. And, you know, no one can ease off the throttle yet. And I think that's a combination of that and what you mentioned, the respect that she has for Jackie Herring's running abilities, why she continues to check. I feel like she may have an extra half gear if she needs it. The fact that it went out to 12 seconds from 8 seconds, I don't know if there's any significance in that at all, but we're certainly going to find out in the next 3 to 4 minutes.
And back with Danielle Lewis, who again looks great. I think there's just not enough room left for her to do anything more than she's already done, but full credit to her because she's done an awful lot. The swim is not her strength, left her a little bit in no man's land on the bike, but a lot like Lionel was able to script her own race on the bike and set up this great run. She's run her way onto the podium. So Danielle Lewis queuing up what will be a great Ironman Texas for her, another one of our athletes queuing up Ironman Texas, the next stop in the Ironman Pro Series, but Danielle Lewis improving on her 5th place placing a year ago here at Oceanside and sitting comfortably in 3rd place.
Yeah, I think she'll be really happy with this performance. It puts her in a really great place. Looking forward to Ironman Texas. This is a great performance in its own right to get on the podium in a 70.3 race in a distance, which, as you mentioned, she's not known for. I think she'll be really happy and encouraged by this performance. She seems to have made those improvements and gains that she talked about in the off season and setting up her season really nicely.
Yeah, back with 4th place, Kaivi Kivioja, who has gone past Lisa Becaris. She was a top 10 finisher in 6 out of her 10 races last year with a 2nd at 70.3 Marbella. So that bodes well for her if she can get her qualifying slot. I don't know that she's yet qualified, but having course familiarity for the World Championship coming up at the end of the year. She was also 3rd at 70.3 ZLMC back in 2023. So definitely an athlete on the rise, particularly at this 70.3 distance, and an athlete we're going to see a lot of in the future.
Yeah, she's been ultra consistent, and Coyote, I think she may be disappointed that she won't get that slot because there's only 3 slots here, but I think overall she'll be super happy with this performance. I mean, it just continues her upwards trajectory in the sport. She's been a consistent top 10 finisher, and it looks like she's going to take that level up to be a consistent top 5 finisher.
Yeah, particularly in a field as competitive as this one, I think that's going to be a huge sort of feather in her queue, so to speak, that in her cap, so to speak, that she's gone sort of toe-to-toe with some of the best female triathletes in the world at middle and long distance racing and has shown very, very well. Grace Alexander has now moved into 5th place ahead of Lisa Becaris. Lisa fighting so hard after that brilliant bike split, but still putting together a really, really good run. She just is being chased down by some really good runners, and Grace Alexander moves into 5th place with Lisa just a 2nd in arrears through 11.6 miles. But Paula Finley making the move down from street level down to beach level, and she will set her sights on that iconic Oceanside pier and run for home.
Yeah, she's on the run for home now, but it was interesting. She seemed a little agitated. She was talking to other athletes on course. I'm not sure if she was asking for a visual, someone to give her a split or a distance gap. So let's see if she does continually check over her shoulder. It seems like she's edging ever so slightly away from Jackie Herring, but as Jackie makes that turn now, Dee Dee down onto the strand. So this is just a flat out drag race for home here. There's about a mile to go, and just a handful of seconds between these two ladies.
Yeah, the gap is actually up to coming off the street level up to 21 seconds. So I think Paula has done her job. Jackie may have a good kick, but Paula has established through that last segment of just a couple of K a 21-second gap on Jackie Herring. So I think Paula is still feeling pretty good, and the pull of that finish line is pretty extraordinary as Kaidi Kiviova running strong in 4th place. And I'm hearing poor Lisa Bakaris, Tamara Jewett, we knew she would run through the field. She is coming up on Bakaris too. We'll see if she runs out of real estate. But really exciting races. We said pre-race, you know, the men's field, so talented, so deep. The women's field, really talented, just a little less deep, but they have put on quite a show here today. Epic racing from our women.
Yeah, it's been a great race. Men's and women's race have been exciting and interesting, dynamic. Lisa Bakaris is probably not over the moon with how her run's going, but I tell you what, she did shape the front of this race. There's no doubt about that. I think she took some of the ladies at the front out of their comfort zone. She certainly bridged the gap up and brought Jackie Herring back into contention. And she's having a solid race. As we see Paula just motoring towards the finish here, this is a great shot, aerial shot. Nothing says California like the beach and surfers crossing the run course with surfboards under their arm. And it's just such an iconic venue for a race.
Yeah, it is one of the best, and the athletes, that's why we see so many athletes come back to Oceanside year after year after year, even though Paula Finley swore pre-race she would never come back. It's just too hard, she said, but it's not too hard for Paula Finley. She is going to win for a second time here in Oceanside, her first win back in 2021, and to your point, Craig, she's raced here 7 times, never finished worse than 6th place. She's going to do a lot better than 6th place today. Paula Finley, we thought she'd be, you know, we thought we'd see a breakaway on the bike. It didn't happen, but she was patient, and it has paid dividends for her as Danielle Lewis now also down on the strand running for home.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to hear from Paula after the race, whether this was part of the grand plan or she just played the card she was dealt as the race unfolded. Typically, we would normally see her lead into T2. She didn't do that today, but she didn't sort of lose her composure. All that experience came into play. I mean, let's not forget this is a lady who represented Canada at the Olympics all the way back in 2012, was known as one of the best runners in the sport back then. She's just an all-round, versatile, consistent athlete. And that stat that you mentioned, like 8 races here, this will be her second win. Nothing worse than 6th place is remarkable.
Keep getting worried when she turns around that she's going to trip and fall, and she's running for home now. She was in the lead group in the swim. She led much of the bike course, and it was only at the end when Lisa Bakaris came back around. She was patient through the first lap of the run, took control, and now she runs on to the magic carpet for the second time in her career from Canada. Your Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside champion, Paula Finley.
She loves Ironman, Paula Finley. Your Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Women's Champion. And right behind
You know, Craig, we said before the race started that Paula was the strong favorite. She flirted, you know, with maybe not being because of this woman. Second place from the USA, Jackie Herring, gave Paula all she could out on the run. These women, fierce competitors, but very good friends as well.
Yeah, they're great friends. I'm sure they're happy for each other's races. As we see Danielle Lewis come up the chute, this has ended up being a really closely fought contest. And yeah, we did say on paper that Paula was the favourite, but we don't race on paper. And she ended up getting the job done maybe a little differently to how we thought.
As we take a look at our champions run split presented by Wahoo Element Rival, Paula Finley, 1:20.11. Very solid running for Paula Finley as Danielle Lewis makes the peel off of the course towards the finish chute. The best place in any Ironman race is that arrow that says to finish. She swam a little bit back, biked strong, moved herself up a few positions, but really shined here on this Hoka Marathon course. Danielle Lewis takes home. Whoop, that's not Danielle Lewis. That's someone in a kit that looks like Danielle Lewis, but here comes your third place finisher rounding out our podium here at the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, Danielle Lewis.
Great race by Danielle. She looks absolutely spent, and she's had a lonely day. She was on her own out of the swim, biked pretty much solo, picking up the odd competitor here and there, and then has had just a stellar run to finish off. Looked smooth and in control, and I think she'll be really, really happy with those gains and improvements that she talked about working on during her off-season.
Absolutely, and with a blistering run split, it is Tamara Jewett. Look at this, Craig. She did not have an outstanding swim. She didn't make inroads on the bike the way she thought she would, but she never gave up hope. And your one-time champion of this race, now sitting in 4th place. What an outstanding run from Tamara Jewett. Day probably didn't script the way she would have hoped. I think a podium would have been a nice thing for Tamara Jewett to have. She didn't race great last year. We didn't see quite as much of her. She's committed to the Ironman Pro Series for the year, so we will see a lot more of her in 2025, which is the good news, but blistering run from Tamara Jewett.
Well, that's what we've come to expect from Tamara. She is one of the best runners in the sport on the female side, and just never ceases to amaze with some of the splits that she lays down, as we see our podium there. But yeah, I think Tamara will be, I don't know if she'll be super satisfied. I think she'll be content. As you mentioned, it's a start to her season. Dipping her toe a little bit into the unknown, stepping up to an Ironman race in 3 weeks. And I think this run just shows that there's still some spark in those legs of hers.
Absolutely. A big year of change for Tamara Jewett as well. Not necessarily coaching that I'm aware of, but her husband took a job in the San Francisco Bay Area, so they have moved to the U.S. from their home base of Canada. Of course, Tamara is Canadian, so now making her home in a new location, which is always a bit of an adjustment. Again, no reason for Tamara Jewett to hold her head, but as any great competitor would be, she probably would want for a little bit more, as Paula Finley enjoying some time with the fans and that Triathlon Life fans. They've built quite a brand, Paula and her husband Eric have, as we watch Tamara Jewett make her way onto the magic carpet to come in 4th place. That is a hard-fought 4th place for Tamara Jewett.
Yeah, congrats to Tamara. Nothing less than we'd expect. I'm going to guess it's one of the quickest, if not the quickest run split of the day, as Paula's there to greet a countrywoman across the line. And just fantastic racing. We didn't see the time gaps I thought we might see. It did compress towards the back end of this race in that run.
It did, absolutely. Tamara Jewett's run split, a blistering 1:17 flat. So great running for Tamara. Not enough to put her on the podium, but a great performance here at the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
Oh. Sorry. Yes, perfect.
There's no limit to how far a dream can take you. Star in your own adventure now. Qatar Airways.
What do you want? What's that really good non-alcoholic beer I keep hearing about?
Do you have that really great non-alcoholic beer that I keep seeing?
Do you have a non-alcoholic beer that actually
tastes good? It's athletic. You're holding it.
You mean athletic? You're looking at it.
I think you mean athletic.
It's athletic. Ask for it.
You're watching Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, brought to you by Brightleg. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by Nirvana, enhanced athlete event experiences powered by Nirvana. Well, Craig, this has been one thrilling race day on the course here in Oceanside. Oceanside never, ever, ever disappoints, does it?
It's an iconic venue. It's an iconic race, 20 years old now and more. It's the birthplace of modern triathlon in San Diego, so it seems fitting to sort of open the Northern Hemisphere season here. And the racing's always spectacular. I think we had a lot of questions before today. Some of those questions were answered, like, is Paula Finley still one of the best and most consistent athletes on the circuit? Well, that's a resounding yes. Is Lionel Sanders still one of the best at this distance? That's also a yes. But some unanswered questions around Jacob Birtwistle, Christian Blumenfeld, and, you know, that's where I think the Ironman Pro Series just adds another layer of excitement to the racing that we all love so much, because this is not an ending, it's just a beginning. It's an entree to the main course, which is coming. You know, we've got Ironman Texas, the next stop on the circuit. We're going to have just really talented men's and women's fields there, and yeah, I can't wait to see how this season and this series just unfolds.
Absolutely. We saw some names today that we haven't seen since the end of 2024, but we're going to see an awful lot more of them as the season carries on. We're going to go down to the Hyperice Recovery Zone for our finish line interviews with our female professionals.
All right, here we go.
Back here at Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside in the Hyperice Recovery Zone, and I am with the women's champion, Paula Finley. Paula, you said yesterday that you wanted to be cool, calm, confident. Were you able to execute that today?
Sort of, I think. Yeah, I got a little caught up on the bike and wasn't feeling good, so I really had to fight hard on the back half of the run, and that was probably one of my best runs, the 70.3 run, so that's kind of the silver lining of having not so good of a bike ride, is I had a little extra on the run, so I'm super happy, and I just heard the Lionel one, so that's sweet.
It's been a great day of racing, especially for the Canadians out there, and this is your 7th time here in Oceanside, setting you up for 2025. What more do we have to look forward to?
Yeah, I'm excited for the year. I mean, this is such a hard race. It always kind of kicks my butt, but I'm so happy to win. But I do feel like I have a lot of improvements to make in my fitness, especially my cycling. And but I'm on the right track. This is a good sign for that, and I can never be disappointed with the win. They're really hard these days to come by. So yeah, I'm super happy. And I just have to say, I'm so proud of Jackie. She is one of my best friends, and she had an amazing race, and she got a lot out of me. So.
Well, you guys get a lot out of each other, and I think you ladies are really setting a standard for women in triathlon. So congratulations on this win. And we'll bring Jackie in here as well. Jackie Herring, of course, the mother of two. She was the Ironman Pro Series 2nd place winner last year. And we're going to bring her in here, finding 2nd place here in Oceanside today. Jackie, have a seat. My goodness, it was a battle out there today. Tell me about it.
Well, it was a great day for me. It was a battle. It was really fun. I had a great swim for me, and I really enjoy swimming straight into the sunlight, not knowing where I am. It's really glorious. I enjoy that. It was fun to be able to be with the front of the race on the bike. I really enjoyed that, and I just pushed as hard as I could to stay with them and not get dropped. And then I kind of went for it a bit on the run, and then you know, Paula caught me. She's real good. I figured she may catch me, but it's worth a shot. So very happy.
You know, it seems like you've just found this new gear coming off second place in the Ironman Pro Series. It just is getting better and better. The Ironman distance last year. I mean, it looks like we're setting up for a great 2025. What are you most excited about?
Yeah, I hope so. Just like last year, I just got to click off one race at a time. Just do good at every race I do, and I love that challenge. I'm really looking forward to it.
And this is such an amazing women's field. Jackie Herring, second place here at Oceanside. Thank you so much, Jackie. We're going to bring in another one of our Ironman Pro Series, sixth place last year in 2024. Danielle, come on in. I have to say, I'm a Danielle fan. What you did today was absolutely incredible. You really had to work out of a deficit. How did you do that? What's the mindset that you have to bring yourself back?
I'm used to it. Can we hold this? You got it? Okay. Yeah, I'm disappointed in the swim. I put in a lot of work. I've seen significant progress in the pool, but just translating that still to the open water and the takeout speed at the beginning is something I still have to work on to make the pack, because had I just been a little bit faster in the swim, it would have been a different story today, because I had a great bike. It took some time to warm up. It was a little chilly this morning, so I think my legs were just not pushing quite as much. My power got better as the day got on, and I think I had a much better split than last year on this course, and I wanted to have a good bike. When I got to the run, my legs felt incredible, and I was like, are they going to keep feeling this good? And sure enough, you know, I just went with it, and I knew I was catching. I'm like, man, just every second counts, right? Like, let's just go for it and just see what happens. The last 2 miles were a bit of a grind. My feet were really sore, but I'm really proud of it.
Absolutely. Every second matters. That is what this Ironman Pro Series is all about. Danielle Lewis from the USA, third place here at this Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3. Amazing racing on the women's side. Congratulations to our top 3 women. And we've got more to come here in Oceanside.
Well, there you heard it from the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone, our women's podium with champion Paula Finley, second place Jackie Herring, and third place Danielle Lewis. And stay with us, because we're going to take you down to the actual podium for the men's podium celebration. And what a race it was. Today, he swam 23:59, he biked 2:07:11, and he ran 1:13:34. Welcome back to the podium, from Norway, Gustav Eden. And in second place, he swam 23:53, biked 2:05:57, ran 1:14:26. We'll see you in 3 weeks at Texas. Second place from the USA, Rudy Van Berg. And your men's champion, it never gets old for Lionel here in Oceanside. He swam 26 minutes flat, biked 2:05:37, and ran 1:11:28 for the 4th time. Your men's champion from Canada, Lionel Sanders. Well, there it is, Craig, your men's podium, but hold on to your hat, because we're going to go to our women's podium shortly. Quick thoughts, Craig, on the men's race in 10 seconds. Go.
It was a belter. Happy for Lionel, happy for Rudy, happy for Gustav. I think they all will be happy. They've made progress on what they wanted to do and checked off some boxes.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Beyond the finish lines,
our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
What is the feed? Well, the feed fuels the world's best athletes.
Hydration, gels, chews, recovery, supplements. You got everything you need.
We make your next workout even better. Whether you're training for the World Championships or hitting your next PR, we are here to fuel your success.
Fuel your workout with feed.
Shop today and get a personalized bottle at thefeed.com.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Welcome back to the Athletic Brew Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. We celebrated our men's podium, and now it's time to honor our women's podium finishers. It was quite a race today here in Oceanside. The dynamics were knockdown, drag out for both the men and the women. And now let's go down to our women's podium finishers. In third place, nope. Okay, not in third place. In third place, we'll get there in a minute. These women put on a show today. We had expected all along that Paula Finley would be the strong favorite in the race, but we knew Jackie Herring would put up a fight. We didn't know how Tamara Jewett would fare. She's won this race before. She knows how to win here in Oceanside. She came up a little bit short, but here is your women's podium. She swam 31 minutes, biked 2:22.59, and ran 1:18.30, one of the fastest run splits on the day from the US of A, Danielle Lewis. And in second place, she swam 27:05, biked 2:24 flat, and ran 1:20.14 from the USA. Last year's second place finisher in the Ironman Pro Series is Jackie Herring. And our champion, she's won here once before, make it the second time for the Canadian. She swam 26:22, biked 2:24.35, ran 1:20.11. It's Paula Finley. So here is your Athletic Brewing Women's Pro Podium. Craig Alexander, thoughts and a quick 10-second recap on the women's race today.
Brilliant racing. Paula showed her class, winning not in the way she expected, but that's what great athletes can do. And I think the other two ladies on the podium will be really happy with the marker they've laid down for their season and the Pro Series.
Yeah, what a great performance today for our third stop in the 2025 Ironman Pro Series. All of these women doing an outstanding job. Paula Finley taking home 2,500 points for her efforts today. Both Jackie Herring and Danielle Lewis scoring valuable points as well. And as we know, every second matters, and these women made it super interesting out there and got every point possible towards the Ironman Pro Series points tallies. Let's take a look at the results from today. Our top 10 men, Lionel Sanders, Rudy Van Berg, Gustav Eden, Seth Ryder in fourth, Ben Canute, Jake Burtwhistle, Sam Appleton, Andrea Salisberg, Ari Clow with a great top 10 performance from him, and Braden Curry rounding out the top 10 for the men. You can see the points accumulated for each athlete. Same with the women: Paula Finley, Jackie Herring, Danielle Lewis, Tamara Jewett, Kaidi Kiviova, Grace Alexander, Lisa Bakaris, Anna Butner, Adele Lincoln, and Lydia Russell for our top 10 women. A little bit more of a point spread in there because, Craig, every second matters.
Yeah, as you mentioned multiple times throughout the coverage, and one of the things I love about the structure of the Pro Series is that you have to fight. Even when you're not in your expected position, you have to fight, because every second is 1 point that you lose from the winner who gains maximum points on that day. And if you have your heart and your mindset on a really good finish in the Ironman Pro Series, if that's your aspiration for 2025, then you need to race to the line every single time that you're on a start line. So we saw that today. Great racing, a lot of storylines, a lot of questions answered, some unanswered, and yeah, just really looking forward to stop number 4 on the Ironman Pro Series, Ironman Texas, in 3 weeks. I can't wait.
Yeah, 3 weeks' time, we're going to do it, but twice as far. Again, the dynamics, you said it, Craig. You don't want to look back in November and be like, oh, if I'd only, had 3 more seconds at Oceanside, my overall point standings. And again, let's not forget $1.7 million bonuses to these pros at the end of the series. So there's a lot of money on the line, and we saw different dynamics from the athletes last year. A lot of athletes racing hard out of the gate. We saw on the men's side Matt Hansen sit on top of the leaderboard for a really long time until Gregory Barnaby came through at the end as our eventual season winner. So you never know how it's going to play out. But Craig, what did we learn from 2024 that maybe these athletes will take into 2025 in terms of how to maximize their point totals, race flatter races where the gaps aren't quite as large? Or what did we learn from the first season that we'll take into this second one?
I think we learned that you've got to race to your strengths as an athlete. You've got to be really strong and confident in your plan for the season and believe in it. Be flexible enough to make changes if you need to, like we've seen today with Christian. Anything can happen in the racing, mechanicals, bad luck. So you need to be able to account for that. But more than anything, I just think what we saw was consistency. Consistency counts. I mean, if we look at someone like Kat Matthews, for instance, I mean, not only did she was just on a tear all year, but at the championship races, she finished second in both of them. So I think that shows that consistency counts, and you got to have a really good plan, a good structure, have some flexibility, but know that you're on the clock for every single race.
Well, have some flexibility. We saw Kat Matthews, our eventual series champ last year, get disqualified at Hamburg and have to insert another race. As we take a look at our overall points series point standings after 3 races, Magnus Ditlev stands atop the leaderboard. Big movers: Braden Curry moving up 14 spots into 5th place. Jake Burtwhistle, another big mover, moves up 11 spots despite a penalty today. He sits in 2nd place overall. Dominic Sovica into the top 10, moving up 30 spots into 9th place. Everybody else moving down a spot or 2. In the women's race, in the women's points series race, Anne Reichman sits in 1st place by virtue of her win in Ironman South Africa a year ago. Marta Sanchez in 2nd. No real significant changes to the women's point standings after today. Just a 70.3, not enough points for the women to topple the Ironman points from a week ago in South Africa, Craig. But so much racing still to go. Athletes, to your point, race to your strengths, be flexible. We're going to probably see Christian Blumenfeld have to factor in another race if he wants to win the Ironman Pro Series. But a lot of great performances that athletes can be proud of today in terms of their pursuit of the overall win at the 2025 Ironman Pro Series.
No, absolutely. I mean, this race as a standalone event was amazing to watch, amazing to be a part of. I think we got to see, as fans of the sport, some of the best in the world doing what they do best. But it just whets our appetite just that little bit more for what's to come. With this series, again, we say it adds another layer of interest to an already great season. So I can't wait for the next stop in Texas. Some athletes, as you showed on that graphic, already have some good points in the bank, but we know athletes like, Patrick Langer, who didn't really figure today. We know he will figure somewhere in the Pro Series rankings, as will Kat Matthews, who hasn't even opened her racing account yet. So there's a lot still to play for, but yeah, I like just going through these different permutations and scenarios. It's always a lot of fun. And again, it just whets our appetite for what's to come.
Absolutely. Thank you for watching the Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. It's been an exciting day of racing. You can watch on-demand replays on all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts by tuning in to proseries.ironman.com, on Ironman Try YouTube channel, or on any of our global distributors. The next stop in our Ironman Pro Series will be Ironman Texas on April 26th in 3 weeks' time. The Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas is the North American Championship, and we can look for another exciting race in Texas. With scenes from today's racing, thank you for joining our broadcast today. For Craig Alexander, I'm Dee Dee Griesbauer. Goodbye from the 2025 Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Oceanside.
Ironman 70.3 Oceanside winner, Lionel!
Your Athletic Brewing Ironman 70.3 Women's Champion.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.
These are your next pros that are coming up. And that's what's so great about this Ironman format is that we have the age groupers and the pros racing on the same exact course at the same time. And right here coming down is Paul O'Donnell.
But you're right, Colleen. That is what's great about it, where you get to be side by side with these pros on the same course. And keep it up, fans. Keep cheering for everyone that comes down this red carpet. Everyone worked hard today. Freya McKinley left it all out there. Great job, Freya. And then coming in next, Jonas Bar-On. Looking strong at the finish line. And there he is, another Team AG1. Nick Lamb. Welcome back, Nick. Great job today. Great job. All right, who else we have? Alex Martin. Alex from the USA. Well done, Alex. Coming in now. Smiling, Adam Rich. Keep that smile, Adam, all the way in. Followed by Sierra Beer from Ireland. Big smile, Chris Mansolino. Welcome back. He's tall.
Triathletes come in all shapes and sizes, and I think that's my favorite part about an Ironman finish line. There's something for everybody. We even have our relay teams out there. Come on down, Jason Hollander. Hands up. It's his red carpet moment.
Another athlete coming down strong, Sebastian Borowick from Team Everyman Jack. And right behind, Joanna Ryder. Great.
Joanna, one of our professionals. Joanna comes to us from Switzerland.
Andres Sanchez, welcome back. Great run today from Brazil. I know, that one was wrong though. Welcome, Jose Thomas Toros. Well done. Back in also Fernando Vargas Garibi. That's interesting. I had no idea.
Bring her on down. It's Brittany Chappelle. Brittany, what a day out there. An Ironman 70.3 finish.
Oh, very good. Nicholas Shellhammer looking great after a good hard run out there. Beautiful, beautiful weather.
Megan Tunser. Across the line, Miss Megan. Nice work. Spectators, you got a lot of work to do. Keep your hands together because here's Zach Reuter and Anton Komarov. Right behind him, Garrett McKelvey and Zach Stern finding that finish.
There he is, CJ Castle. Welcome back. Followed by Carson Kidwell. Smiling as he's coming through that finish line. Well done, gentlemen. Keep it up. Keep clapping for Serena Zhu and Job Boonstoppel from the Netherlands. Great job, Joe Lancer from USA. Well done.
It is so fun here where we have athletes from all over the world coming together with one goal, and that is 70.3. So you're going to hear us say all of these different countries, all of these places across the world, but Ironman is what brings it all together. Albert Boyce, welcome to your Oceanside finish line. And one of our relay teams, it's Team Wattage Cottage. And Ivan Rodriguez Luna coming right behind Team Mexico.
Here he is, Nicholas Collier. Arms in the air, big smile, welcome back. All right, who's this? Bringing high fives for everyone. Trevor Kubra. Sprinting down that, Leslie Homo sprinting down that red carpet, going for a PR, great job. And Rebecca Juginger, Kyle Thielen, and Deepak Najendra all coming through. Followed by Jean-Claude Constante from Mexico and Ralph Wagner. Great job, Ralph. Cameron Hayden from USA. Coming in also from Mexico, Javier Gallardo. Great job, Javier. There you go. You deserve it. Well done. Bringing it in right now, Alexandra Watt. It's like one of our professional females bringing it back in, followed by Emma Allitz. High fives for everyone. Come through. Austin Ray. Big smile for everyone. Austin, great job, brother. Looking strong. Mark Maloney. He can go another half marathon. Keep going, Mark. There we go. Some more applause and another strong finish. Annette Rogers. Big smile. Great job, Annette. Yes, stop for that kiss. Exactly. That's what you do for all your supporters out there. Blake Jacques from Canada. And all of you who are out here supporting your athletes, trust me, they love it, and they're so grateful for you. Thank you for your support. And sprinting down here, Arturo Alejandro Gonzalez from Mexico. Certainly right, but with also Travis Keene, waving and smiling at his family. Another one of our relay teams, Team Gladius Consulting. Well done, Team Gladius.
We have so many relay teams out there, and that's really a great way. So spectators, you're standing here thinking, I could never do an Ironman 70.3. Guess what? You could. Find a swimmer, find a biker, buy a runner.
Hey, you could do part of it. You don't have to do all of it.
I suggest being the runner. I'm just saying.
I think you should ride the bike. Personally. And here we have Graham Hansen. Yes, Graham